Chapter 102. After 500 moves, Ling Yihang was defeated by Shi Feiyu in the end. However, Shi Feiyu also used up a lot of energy in this battle. Although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Even though Ling Yihang was defeated, no one dared to doubt his strength. However, the Shi family still managed to save some face. Shi Feiyu can't defeat Ling Yishui, but he defeated Ling Yihang. Now, 2 of the top 4 are from the Ling family, 1 from the Li family and 1 from the Shi family. The Ling family still has the advantage. I think Ling Zhao's strength is about the same as Ling Yihang's. They both defeated Wang Zong in one move, but it will be more difficult to defeat Shi Feiyu. I think the final ranking will be like this. That's not necessarily true. Ling Chun hasn't fought yet, so we don't know how strong he is. Maybe he's just good at movement. Shi Yulian hasn't challenged him either. Besides, Ling Zhao's 9 transformation golden body technique is not inferior to Shi Feiyu's iron armor divine art. There will be a good show to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao spoke. Shi Feiyu, I'll give you an hour to rest. Hurry up and recover. I'll challenge you later. No need. You can come now. Shi Feiyu glared and roared. If I win now, it'll be an unfair victory. Ling Xiao shook his head and sat down cross-legged. He originally planned to challenge Ling Qin directly, then Li Xinghui. However, since Shi Feiyu defeated Ling Yihang as a good brother, he should at least help Ling Yihang get back his face. Anyway, it wouldn't take long. Okay, Feiyu, just do as Ling Xiao said. Rest for an hour. Here are some recovery pills. Swallow them. The Tianfeng city's mayor was a very discerning person. He didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao, so he stopped Shi Feiyu from being arrogant and ignorant. Hearing this, Shi Feiyu could only nod and agree. He swallowed the pills and began to rest. During this hour, no one challenged Shi Feiyu because no one wanted to offend the Tianfeng city's mayor. Moreover, there weren't many people who were qualified to challenge Shi Feiyu. The 4 princes weren't weak. Even if it was Wang Zong, if he hadn't met Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao, he might have been able to get a place. During this process, Ling Yihang challenged the 6th-ranked martial artist and became the champion of the 6th ring. And after Wang Zai finished healing, he easily defeated the champion of the 8th ring, which also showed his strength. This made everyone gradually understand that it really wasn't that King was the weakest, but that Ling Xiao and Ling Yihang were too terrifying. The current ranking is Li Xinghui Ling Qin Ling, Yishu Shi Feiyu Shi Yulian Ling, Yihang Ling, Xiao Wangdong. After an hour, Ling Xiao stood up and looked at Shi Feiyu. Ling Xiao, if you're really my friend, then defeat him in one move, hee. Ling Yihang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, and he also knew how powerful Shi Feiyu was, so he naturally had a basis for what he said. But in the ears of others, he was looking down on Shi Feiyu too much. One move, huh? You really know how to give me a difficult problem. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Whatever, I also want to try out my new move, so I'll reluctantly help you. What? He actually agreed. This Ling Xiao was crazy. You could defeat Wang Zong in one move because Wang Zong's defense was weak, but who was Shi Feiyu? He was the martial artist with the strongest defense in the younger generation of Middle Sky Peak City. You're looking down on him too much, aren't you? Good Ling Xiao, you actually dare to boast so shamelessly. In a moment, I'll let you know who's number 1 in defense. No matter how good Shi Feiyu's temper was, he probably couldn't take this kind of provocation. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him, but Ling Xiao really didn't look down on him. Ling Xiao was just stating facts. At this moment, Ling Chen's expression was a bit uncertain. The one in the limelight today should have been him. But Ling Yihang, Ling Yishui, and Ling Xiao had taken away the glory that should have belonged to him, especially this Ling Xiao. His performance was so eye-catching. If he could really defeat Shi Feiyu, then he would probably be considered the #1 person in the younger generation of the Ling family. Damn this guy. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what Ling Chen was thinking. He also didn't plan to be in the limelight. The reason why he participated in the Sky Peak Grand Festival was to test his martial arts and strength. This time he challenged Shi Feiyu purely to help his friend Ling Yihong vent his anger. He really didn't care about false reputation. So what if he was called the 4 Young Masters? The world was so big. The so-called Sky Peak cities for young masters weren't even worth mentioning in the outside world. The battle had already begun. Although Shi Feiyu hated Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Thus, he raised his defensive martial arts to the extreme from the start. One could see that his skin had a black color like black iron, emitting a metallic luster. Even blades and swords can't penetrate my defense. Let's see how you break it. Shi Feiyu didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, but since the other party said he could defeat him in one move, then he wouldn't let the other party defeat him in one move. In this way, the one losing face would be Ling Xiao. Next, he would slowly take care of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Shi Feiyu thought everything through well. However, when he saw Ling Xiao pull out the ice-glass sword from the scabbard, he felt a sense of fear. No, impossible. The other party's cultivation is the same as mine. How can he make me feel such fear without even attacking? He was shocked, but in the end he was a person with a firm will. He quickly calmed down. Facing Ling Xiao's gaze that was like a sharp blade, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Lose. Double shadow sword technique. Ling Xiao pointed the ice-glass sword at Shi Feiyu. Suddenly, his entire body pierced over at an extremely fast speed. Midway, he split into 2 people. 2 people who looked exactly the same, both holding the ice-glass sword in their hands, both looking indifferent. God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? How did Ling Xiao become 2 people? Double shadow sword technique. It's actually the double shadow sword technique. Didn't expect that in this world, there's still someone who can successfully cultivate the double shadow sword technique. Ling Xiaotian stood up, his expression virtually changing drastically. That day, when Ling Xiao was choosing martial arts in the library, he didn't inquire in detail. So he didn't know that Ling Xiao chose this at all. Today, seeing Ling Xiao successfully display the first level of the double shadow sword technique, he really regretted it a little. This was the true pillar. This was the successor that the Ling family should really nurture with great efforts. The one who thought completely different from him was Ling Yin. This boy's talent is too terrifying. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, son Ling Feiyu, will never have a day to rise up again. People who had such thoughts were actually not in the minority. Tianfeng City's city lord, Li family's patriarch, and Wang family's patriarch all had the intention to kill. After all, Tianfeng City's 4 great families couldn't be monopolized by one family. They saw Ling Xiao's terrifying potential in the future. They had to nip this bud in the bud. One person turned into 2 people. One real body, one clone. The clone had 70% of the real body's strength. This 70% included the 50% increase from the 5th level of the double shadow sword technique and the 10% increase from the demon ox art transformation. The other 10% came from the increase in sword intent. Chapter 103. Puchi. The attack of the doppelganger and the real body combined into one. Ling Xiao's attack increased by 70%. The aura condensed on the tip of the sword, and the sword pierced Shi Feiyu's shoulder. The defense of the iron armor divine art was like nothing in front of the sword. Not only that, when the sword pierced into the body, there was a terrifying chill that attacked the whole body. In that instant, Shi Feiyu couldn't dodge, even if he wanted to, and his whole body was almost completely frozen. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao pulled out the sword and then sheathed it. One move. He really only used one move. Scary, this Ling Xiao is really too scary. He looks much scarier than Ling Yihang. We've all underestimated this person. I reckon he's the true #1 expert of the Ling family's younger generation. He shouldn't be Ling Chen's opponent. After all, that Ling Chen is already at the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. His cultivation level is higher than Li Xinghui's, but Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 5th level. That's true, but Ling Chen hasn't even made a move yet. Who knows how strong he is? Some people with high cultivation levels are actually not that strong. There are too many variables in actual combat. Ling Chen was also dumbfounded by what he saw. It's not that he didn't know Ghost Shadow sword technique, but he always thought it was a trash sword technique. Who knew that someone would actually learn it? This Ling Xiao, he really can't let him continue to grow. Luckily, he only mastered the 1st level, or else he really wouldn't be able to deal with him. In Ling Chen's opinion, it's already very difficult to learn Ghost Shadow sword technique. So he didn't consider the possibility that Ling Xiao had already mastered Ghost Shadow sword technique to the 4th level. Ghost Shadow sword technique has a total of 5 levels. Ling Xiao was only 1 step away from reaching the Great Perfection Realm. Once he reached the Great Perfection Realm, there would be new changes to the overlapping shadow sword art. It was just that no one had been able to practice it, and the records in the martial arts manual were not very clear. So no one knows. Ha ha ha! Good brother, I knew you could do it. But this move of yours is beautiful. I have never heard of it. Ling Yihang knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but when Ling Xiao really made a move, he felt that the Ling Xiao he predicted was still far from the real Ling Xiao. This guy was always able to give people unexpected surprises. It seemed that choosing to be friends with Ling Xiao instead of enemies was the right choice. Ling Yixue's beautiful eyes also lit up. The joy in her heart was even greater than when she had defeated Shi Feiyu and obtained 3rd place. Shi Feiyu was carried off the stage by the Shi family, while Ling Xiao sat on the 4th stage. What a good Ling family. Ling Yihang went down, and now Ling Xiao came up. It seems that Ling Xiaotian is really going to hold his head high after enduring all these years. That's right. The Ling clan has always been the target of ridicule in the past few years in the Sky Peak Grand Assembly. Now, they have 4 top disciples all of a sudden. Moreover, Ling Fifan is not here yet. With Ling Fifan, they are too powerful among the younger generation. In the Sky Peak City, every family had their own plans. Some felt that the rise of the Ling family was unstoppable, so they planned to befriend the Ling family. Some planned to cripple the genius disciples of the Ling family, so that the Ling family could not rise again. Since ancient times, the struggle for power between families had been so dirty and insidious. Look, someone is going to challenge Shi Yulian. As the daughter of the city lord and the #1 beauty in the Sky Peak City, Shi Yulian was rarely challenged. Firstly, no one wanted to offend the city lord. Secondly, many men did not want to hurt such a charming beauty. However, when the Sky Peak Grand Festival was coming to an end, there would always be people who could not hold back. The first to challenge Shi Yulian was Wang Zue. Wang Zue was very sullen today. As the 3rd place of the 4 young masters last year, he actually only got the 8th place. How could he endure this? After looking around, he still decided to challenge Shi Yulian. Because Shi Yulian had not fought before, he did not know her depth. As for the rest of the people in front of him, he did not have the confidence to win. However, this time, Wang Zue suffered a tragedy again. Under Shi Yulian's hands, he only lasted 20 moves before being defeated. Others might think that Shi Yulian was inferior to him and Ling Yihang. However, Ling Xiao could see that Shi Yulian was going easy on Wang Zue. This woman knew how to conduct herself. If she defeated Wang Zue in 1 move, then she would really offend the Wang family. That was why she persisted until the 20th move. Everything was within her calculations. This woman is very scary. Not only is she strong, but she is also good at scheming. I must be careful when I encounter her in the future. Ling Xiao secretly reminded himself. At the same time, he also reminded Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. In fact, Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue had long wanted to challenge Shi Yulian. After all, she was the 5th place. At the beginning, everyone did not want to directly face the 4 young masters. It was Ling Xiao who reminded them not to challenge Shi Yulian. However, this time, Shi Yulian defeated Wang Zue in 20 moves. Ling Yihang forgot Ling Zhao's words and felt that he might be able to win. So he also went to challenge Shi Yulian. In the end, Shi Yulian defeated him in 21 moves. Sure enough, she calculated it. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. This Shi Yulian was really confident. Facing Ling Yihang's overbearing saber technique, she was still able to divide her attention to calculate the moves. Scary. He hoped that she would not challenge senior sister Yixue. Otherwise, with senior sister Yixue's current strength, she was still not her opponent. After all, Ling Yixue had only learned the top-level martial arts for a short time. If Ling Yixue was given another year, she would definitely be stronger than Shi Yulian. What he worried about came true. Shi Yulian looked at Ling Yixue with a chuckle and said, "You are the only girl in the top 4. Then let's compare notes." Sure, Ling Yixue would not avoid the battle. Although she believed in Ling Zhao's words, even if she knew that she would lose, she would still fight to not lose. Moreover, something special had happened to her body recently. Perhaps even Ling Xiao did not calculate this point. Maybe she could win. The battle between the 2 beauties naturally caused countless people to cheer and jump for joy. The battle between the 2 was still considered normal at the beginning. Both sides went back and forth. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian suddenly changed her moves. It seemed like she was ready to end the battle. In Ling Zhao's body, the mountain river martial spirit's energy flowed. In his eyes, Shi Yulian's movements were slowed down. Profound of the transcendent martial arts remnant. There was no mistake. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian's attacks were obviously infused with a special profound. This profound was not a transcendent martial arts, but it had some of the effects of a transcendent martial arts. Shi Yulian's transcendent martial arts remnant seemed to be able to instantly increase her attack speed. Previously, Ling Yihang was defeated by this thing. However, Ling Yixue's strength was already stronger than Ling Yihang's. When they were sparring at the Ling family, Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Yixue's situation was a little special. His mountain river martial spirit could sense it. Ling Yixue should not be a human. She was most likely from the soul race. In the 10,000 ancient races, unless a human awakened a martial spirit, their aptitude for cultivating martial arts would always be the worst. If Ling Yixue was really from the soul race, then it was understandable that her strength increased so quickly. 22 moves. As expected, she did not win. Ling Xiao nodded. He was suddenly interested in this battle. Perhaps Ling Yixue could really win. Chapter 104. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't think highly of Ling Yixue. If Ling Yixue didn't awaken anything special, then she would definitely lose this battle. It was purely a matter of time. Of course, he hoped that Ling Yixue would win, but this wasn't something he could decide. After 100 moves, Ling Yixue lost. The difference in cultivation level was a bit big, and she hadn't awakened some of the Spiritus specialties, so losing was very normal. However, to be able to exchange 100 moves with Shi Yulian in cultivation level was enough for her to be proud. This was probably the terrifying aspect of the Spiritas. Now that it was like this, who knew what Ling Yixue would do in the future when she truly awakened the Spiritus specialties? It really made one look forward to it. After Shi Yulian won the challenge, she didn't stop. Instead, she looked at Ling Qin and said, "Ling Qin, do you dare to accept Yulian's challenge?" Ling Qin smiled and shook his head. "You're not my match, but since you want to challenge me, I can't be afraid." However, if I win now, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. How about we fight again in an hour? If he wanted to win, he wanted to win in a grand manner. He wanted to suppress Ling Zhao's prestige. If he lost now, it would be too embarrassing. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Shi Yulian and Ling Yixue had expended a lot of energy in the battle. If he won, others would also say that he had an unfair advantage. He wasn't stupid. All right. Shi Yulian didn't say anything else. She stuffed a pill into her mouth and then sat cross-legged on the third arena to recuperate. Ling Qin didn't sit down. He wanted to warm up before fighting Shi Yulian. As long as the opponent wasn't too strong, he believed that it would be easy. Ling Xiao naturally also believed this. In terms of strength, Ling Chun was probably not much weaker than Li Xinghui. He didn't like this person, mainly because of his character. He clearly didn't offend this guy, but this guy came back to show off his strength. Otherwise, why would he be unhappy with Ling Qin? Come, I, Ling Qin, am standing right here. Shi family, Wang family, Li family, don't tell me there's no man who dares to fight me? Ling Chen's aura was very strong, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to show off. Thus, when he shouted, he didn't suppress his aura at all. Mid-6th level of the martial vein. This was the highest level of youth under 20 in Tianfeng City. I'll fight you. The first one to be picked out was actually Shi Yu, who had fought with Ling Xiao before. Shi Yu's Stormy Wave Fist was very powerful. If he had the time to completely release the Stormy Wave Fist, its power would be very terrifying. Shi Yu, be careful. He's not easy to deal with. Sister, don't worry. I know I'm not his opponent, but I'm a good man. Since he's already challenged me, I can't not come out. Shi Yu jumped onto the second stage and stood facing Ling Qin. Your courage is commendable. I just don't know how many moves you can take from me. When Ling Qin saw Shi Yu, he frowned. He had seen the battle between Shi Yu and Ling Xiao, and he didn't dare to take Shi Yu's attack head-on. Fortunately, his cultivation base was high and his energy was abundant. He had many ways to deal with Shi Yu. It was just that he couldn't defeat Shi Yu in one move like Ling Xiao did, so he was somewhat unhappy. We'll know after we fight. Shi Yu's attack didn't have anything fancy. He only knew Stormy Wave Fist, so he used Stormy Wave Fist right from the start. Ling Qin frowned slightly and took a step back. However, he didn't run away, but retreated in order to advance. He also made a fist gesture, and then rushed forward to fight with Shi Yu. Stormy Wave Fist. What's going on? How does Ling Qin know our Shi family's Stormy Wave Fist? The Tianfeng City's mayor's expression changed drastically, and he stood up and roared. Mayor, please calm down. That Ling Qin seems to have learned a secret technique that can imitate his opponent's martial arts. A respectable elder from the Shi family pulled the Tianfeng City's mayor and shook his head. Secret technique? Yes, it's a bit like the profound of the transcendent martial arts that our Jade Lotus uses. That elder explained. The Tianfeng City's mayor's eyesight wasn't weak. Just now, he was too excited to see the secret technique of his family. Now that he took a look, he realized that it was indeed so. However, this profound of the transcendent martial arts was terrifying. In Ling Chen's hands, it was like a fish in water. Originally, Ling Chen's cultivation level was higher than Shi Yu's. Now that he used the same martial arts, the power of his martial arts was also stronger than Shi Yu's. This way, the result was self-evident. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous collisions exploded between the two. Finally, after 10 moves, Shi Yu vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Ling Chen was like a god, insufferably arrogant. Isn't Ling Chen invincible? Yes, he can imitate his opponent's martial arts. Moreover, his cultivation level is higher than his opponent's. Therefore, the martial arts he imitates will be stronger than his opponent's. This is completely invincible. No wonder he's so confident in defeating Li Xinghui. It really is possible. It's not just possible, it's very possible. This is simply cheating. Once Ling Qin made his move, countless people were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to say how strong this transcendent martial arts profound was. But at least in a situation where his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, he could be considered invincible. Originally, Wang Zizui and Shi Feiyu wanted to challenge Ling Qin, but now they gave up on this idea. They had already lost in a row, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. The most important thing was, knowing that they couldn't win, they still wanted to fight. This was a bit too stupid. Who else dares to fight me? Ling Chen looked down on everyone, completely insufferably arrogant. I don't believe this. Finally, on the stage, the 9th-ranked Li family disciple stood up. He was the Li family's young master, second only to Li Xinghui. However, in his heart, he knew the gap between him and the 4 princes. But Ling Chen's appearance made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Your strength is not bad, slightly stronger than that, Shiryu. Unfortunately, defeating you still won't take more than 10 moves. Ling Qin stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't put his opponent in his eyes. Then let's try. The 2 sides began to fight. As expected, Ling Qin once again imitated his opponent's ultimate move. In the end, he also defeated him in 10 moves, looking completely at ease. In the Li family's young generation, other than Li Xinghui, there really is no one else. Ling Qin kicked the Li family disciple off the stage. His face was full of disdain, as if he was already invincible. Let me do it. Shi Yulian slowly stood up. She knew that this Ling Chen's strength was too strong. Here, other than her and Li Xinghui, no one else could pressure Ling Qin. Ling Xiao, maybe he could, but with the strength he had displayed so far, it was still not enough. It wasn't that Shi Yulian looked down on Ling Xiao, but the key was that Ling Xiao had held back too much of his strength. So based on this, she judged that Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Ling Qin. You've recovered? Ling Qin asked with a smile. I've recovered. After speaking, Shi Yulian's body floated onto the 2nd stage like a willow catkin. She was wearing a red dress, and her feet were bare. She looked so charming and bewitching. Tianfeng City's #1 beauty challenging the Ling family's #1 expert of the younger generation. There's going to be a good show. At this time, most people had already brought Ling Chen's position forward. Chapter 105. Yeah, not only is Miss Yulian beautiful, she's also strong. She defeated Wang Zue and Ling Yixue consecutively. If she can defeat Ling Qin, then she'll really make people happy. Ha ha ha, don't be so happy. She's the daughter of Tianfeng City's city lord and the #1 beauty. You can't even enter the top 4. What right do you have to be attached to her? Can't I just think about it? Sure. This is called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. While the 2 of them were talking, the battle had already begun. The martial arts that Shi Yulian cultivated were obviously more gentle and fast. In addition, she was indeed good at scheming. Even if Ling Chen was stronger than this woman, it would not be easy for him to win. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a basic judgment of this battle. At the beginning of the battle, Ling Chen would definitely be at a disadvantage. But as long as he did not lose, Shi Yulian would not be able to take it after a long time. Therefore, the first 20 moves were very important. When the battle began, it indeed developed in the direction he had predicted. Ling Qin tried to imitate Shi Yulian's martial arts, but he was unable to succeed. Instead, he fell into a passive position and almost lost several times. Fortunately, he was strong enough and his reaction was fast enough. He was able to resolve the crisis and avoid an embarrassing defeat. Senior sister Yixue, you just fought with Shi Yulian. Do you understand her characteristics? At this moment, Ling Yixue was on the 5th arena. This was originally Shi Yulian's arena. Now that she had occupied it, no one said anything. Ling Xiao was on the 4th arena. The two of them were very close to each other, and it was not a problem for them to talk. She's very difficult to deal with. No matter what you do, she seems to have a plan to deal with it. This woman's strongest point is not her strength, but her brain. Ling Yixue replied, Yeah, the art of battle is not just brute force. Only by combining wisdom and strength can one become stronger. Ling Xiao nodded his head, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was giving pointers to Ling Yixue. Shi Yulian was very strong and very smart, but after all, she was only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, and Ling Qin was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Not everyone was capable of challenging someone above their level, not to mention that this wasn't even a challenge above their level. After 20 moves, Shi Yulian was clearly at a disadvantage, while Ling Qin became more and more courageous. Ling Qin wasn't stupid, and his intelligence in battle wasn't inferior to Shi Yulian's. Otherwise, he would have died outside during those 4 years. People who had been through life and death situations were indeed different. After 40 moves, Ling Qin had completely suppressed Shi Yulian. Not only did he know how to imitate, but he also knew 2 incomplete, extraordinary martial arts. One was imitation. The other one was even more terrifying. The profound meaning was suppression. As long as the opponent's cultivation level was lower than his, then the longer the battle dragged on, the faster the opponent's aura would weaken. This was reflected in all aspects. Stormy Wave Fist. Finally, at the 60th move, Ling Qin used a move that he copied from Shiryu, punching Ling Yixue out of the arena. Ling Yixue floated down from the sky. Although her hair was a little messy, the way she landed was still very elegant. No wonder she was Tianfeng City's #1 beauty. Even if she lost so beautifully. You really are the #1 person in the Ling family's younger generation. Yulian is not your match. I admit defeat. Shi Yulian took a deep breath, stabilized her emotions, and bowed towards Ling Qin. There was no helping it. The difference in cultivation level was too big, and it wasn't something that could be made up for with skill and intelligence. Not to mention that the opponent's skill and intelligence weren't bad either. Ling Qin's popularity skyrocketed after defeating Shi Yulian. Especially on the Ling family side, many disciples were shouting his name. After all, in comparison, Ling Xiao could only be considered an outsider, while Ling Chen was a member of the Ling family. When they saw how strong Ling Xiao was, what they felt wasn't happiness, but jealousy and displeasure. When they saw how strong Ling Chen was, they cheered. If the Ling family couldn't solve this integration problem, then in the future the Ling family's disciples and outsiders would definitely become a hidden danger to the Ling family. Ling Qin was very pleased. His gaze swept around, stopping on Ling Xiao's face for a moment, revealing a bit of disdain. Then his gaze quickly turned towards Li Xinghui. Shi Yulian was the arena master of the 3rd arena, and he was the arena master of the 2nd arena. If he wanted to challenge, he would naturally choose to challenge Li Xinghui. Li Xinghui, do you dare to fight with me? Senior brother Xinghui, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. That's right, Li Xinghui. Don't let this kid be too complacent. Defeat him. Ling Chen's previous actions had caused a lot of people to be unhappy, especially the Shi family, Wang family, and Li family people. They were all very unhappy. Li Xinghui slowly stood up, looked at Ling Qin, and slowly released his aura. That pressure was pressing towards Ling Qin bit by bit. In Tianfeng City, you're not the only one who broke through to the 6th level of the martial vein. Li Xinghui looked at Ling Qin, his battle intent very strong. Ha ha ha. So senior brother Xinghui has been hiding his strength all along. He should have learned some secret method to hide his cultivation level. This time, it's going to be interesting. I didn't expect you to also be at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. No wonder you're still so calm in the face of my challenge. But it doesn't matter, you're still not my match. Ling Qin still had his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving off the feeling of an otherworldly expert. 3 moves, Li Xinghui suddenly said. 3 moves? What did that mean? Could it be that he wanted to defeat Ling Qin in 3 moves? That's not possible, right? Hearing Li Xinghui's words, the audience immediately boiled over. The Ling family disciples were all a little indignant, thinking that this Li Xinghui was a little too arrogant. However, the disciples of the other families, some were jeering and some were shouting. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them, as long as Li Xinghui could defeat Ling Qin. Junior brother, do you think Li Xinghui's words can be taken seriously? Ling Yixue asked Ling Xiao. Since he dares to say that after seeing Ling Chen's battle, I don't think he's bragging. Ling Xiao had always felt that Li Xinghui was very strong. This kind of strength was definitely not just in terms of cultivation level. This guy should have also had some fortuitous encounter. Ling Chen might be very powerful, but when facing Li Xinghui, he was really a little lacking. It could be said that Li Xinghui was more like a middle-stage, 6th-grade monster beast, while Ling Chen was at most a middle-stage, 6th-grade martial artist. Generally speaking, martial artists of the same level were unable to defeat monsters of the same level, not to mention a monster beast with human intelligence. Now that you mention it, I remember that before Li Xinghui was 6 years old, he was fed by a monster beast in the Dragon's Submission mountain range. Shi Yulian, who was on the 3rd stage, suddenly said, "No wonder. Ling Xiao had always felt that it was strange in his heart. This Li Xinghui was like a dormant monster beast, so there was actually such a secret." Ling Qin challenged Li Xinghui. This caused the Tianfeng Grand Festival to enter its final climax. Everyone thought that this battle would be the top battle of the Tianfeng Grand Festival, and after it ended, the Tianfeng Grand Festival would also come to an end. And who was first and who was second would soon be known. Defeat me in 3 moves? Ha 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 ha, you really boast shamelessly. I really want to see how you'll defeat me in 3 moves. Chapter 106. Chen. You've just fought with Shi Yulian. You've used up a lot of energy. Why don't you rest for an hour? Ling Xiaotian stood up and reminded him. This was a battle of the pinnacle. He couldn't afford to lose. If he could get 1st place, then the Ling family would truly be able to suppress the other families. Although Ling Chen was arrogant, he still understood this principle. I don't mind. You can rest as much as you want. Not to mention an hour, I can even rest for a whole day. After all, I only need 3 moves to defeat you. Li Xinghui had a completely indifferent attitude. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that Li Xinghui and Ling Chen were exactly the same. Both of them were condescending and arrogant, completely superior to others. Humph. Ling Chen snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he sat down cross-legged to rest. Ling Xiao, go and challenge Li Xinghui. Test Li Xinghui's strength for Ling Chen. Ling Xiao sat down. However, Ling Yin stood up and ordered Ling Xiao as the Grand Elder. You want me to scout for Ling Chen? A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Although you're the Grand Elder, and I'm still a disciple of the Ling family, do you think I'm stupid? Even if I lose the challenge, I won't lose anything. I'll just play around. Yes, Grand Elder. Thinking of this, he stood up and jumped onto the 1st arena. Li Xinghui, what's your relationship with Li Xingyun? Ling Xiao stood there and suddenly asked. Xingyun is my younger brother. Oh, I understand. A murderous look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Because Li Xingyun had killed the people closest to him in this world, he didn't have a good impression of anyone from the Li family. Moreover, Li Xinghui had been investigating the cause of Li Xingyun's death. One day he would find out about it. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to strike first. However, the arena wasn't a good place to strike. If he killed Li Xinghui in front of so many people, he would be targeted by the Li family. Therefore, he decided to stick to his original plan. He would first exchange a few moves, and then pretend to lose. After the battle between Ling Qin and Li Xinghui, he would be able to see the true strength of these two people. At that time, whether he challenged Ling Qin or Li Xinghui, he would be more confident. After all, he wasn't a god. He was only a beginner of the 6th level martial vein. Although he relied on the mountain river martial spirit and was much more powerful than the average young martial artist, he could not be careless and underestimate his opponent. What a pity! Li Xingyun and I met in the Dragon Submission mountain range back then. It could be considered fate, although there was some misunderstanding between us. It is truly a pity that he died so mysteriously. Ling Xiao looked at Li Xinghui and sighed. My Ling family's grand elder has ordered me to challenge you. Since that's the case, I can only challenge you. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and clenched his fists. Then he turned into 2 balls of meteor fire and crashed towards Li Xinghui. His cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th level martial vein. He didn't use the Snow Lotus Chi technique, but the Crimson Sun art. Li Xinghui sat there. He didn't even have the interest to stand up. He was even reading a book. Ling Xiao hadn't experienced his strength yet, but this guy's pretentious skills were definitely the best in Tianfeng City. Interesting. Ling Xiao snickered to himself. If he hadn't deliberately faked his defeat, this punch would have definitely made this pretentious Li Xinghui suffer greatly. He held back his strength in the middle of the attack. He only used the meteor fist to the greater mastery stage. The Crimson Sun art was also only used to the greater mastery stage. Bang! His fists were wrapped in flames and smashed towards Li Xinghui's head. This power was not weak in the eyes of others, but Li Xinghui didn't even look at it. He gently stretched out his left hand. That hand quickly turned into a claw, looking like the claws of a wild beast. In that instant, Ling Xiao clearly felt the aura of a beast on Li Xinghui. Slash! The seemingly ordinary claw just happened to grab the weakest part of Ling Xiao's fists, tearing apart Ling Xiao's sleeves. It even left a shallow mark on Ling Xiao's arm that was protected by the 9 transformation golden body technique. Oh my god, so strong! Ling Xiao took advantage of the momentum and flew out. After that, he landed exactly on the 4th arena. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Xiao was faking his defeat. Ling Yin wasn't blind. Of course he could see it. Ling Xiao, you're really a disgrace to the Ling family. He cursed in anger. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the stage, smiled and said, Grand Elder, why are you so angry? I followed your orders and challenged Li Xinghui, but he was too strong. I couldn't stop him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the surrounding people burst into laughter. They could see that Ling Xiao didn't have a good relationship with the Ling family's grand elder, Ling Yin. He was deliberately making things difficult for Ling Yin. I heard that Ling Fifan is Ling Yin's grandson. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Fifan. Ling Yin definitely won't be happy. He defeated Ling Fifan fair and square. This Ling Yin is really narrow-minded. How can he be the Ling family's grand elder? No wonder the Ling clan was so weak in the past. With such a person in charge, it would be strange if they weren't weak. Fortunately, Ling Xiaotian recruited disciples from outside. Otherwise, the Ling clan would probably be a joke in this Sky Peak Grand Meet. That's right. Okay, stop talking. Look! Someone challenged Li Xinghui again. It's Shi Yulian. Shi Yulian was really brave. In fact, even if she failed, she would still benefit a lot from such a challenge. It was rare to have such an opportunity. It was no wonder that Shi Yulian improved so quickly in this 1 year. If a person didn't have other concerns and focused on improving, it would be too scary. When Shi Yulian went on the ring, Ling Xiao was also thinking about the fight with Li Xinghui. Don't think that he only made one move and faked his defeat. However, he could see a lot of things from that move alone. Li Xinghui seemed to underestimate his opponent but in fact he didn't. Moreover, Li Xinghui's grab had really grabbed his weak spot. Although he could dodge it, others might not be able to do so. He guessed that Li Xinghui might have something special. Otherwise, a warrior in this realm wouldn't be able to do this. To be able to grab the opponent's weakness in an instant, in Ling Zhao's opinion, this was the most terrifying skill. Yulian knows that she can't win, but she still wants to exchange pointers with Prince Xinghui. I wonder if it's possible. At this moment, Shi Yulian was already standing in front of Li Xinghui. Sure, make your move. Li Xinghui slowly stood up and looked at Shi Yulian. Not sure if it was a misperception, but in that instant, Ling Xiao discovered that this guy's eyes actually had a kind of viper-like gaze. 8 trigrams flowing body palm. Shi Yulian's expression became serious. She then unleashed a small mastery-level, entry-level peak palm technique. This set of palm technique was actually a martial art that combined movement technique and martial technique. Furthermore, they were all very exquisite. When unleashed, the body was soft and boneless, able to twist the body agilely like a snake. There was nothing to doubt about Shi Yulian's strength. She defeated Wang Zue and Ling Yixue consecutively. Furthermore, she fought well under Ling Chen's hands, not cutting a sorry figure at all. In fact, she even forced Ling Chen to almost lose in the first 20 moves. It was just because of the difference in realm. She was ultimately slightly inferior. Chapter 107. Fierce Tiger Claw. Li Xinghui's fighting style was indeed related to wild beasts. This move of his was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on Shi Yulian. That claw was wrapped in Gang Qi and had the power to destroy everything in its path. Whoosh! This claw was extremely accurate. Even though Shi Yulian's movement technique was outstanding and her speed was fast, Li Xinghui's claw still managed to grab her arm. Her clothes were instantly torn apart. Shi Yulian's arms trembled slightly, and traces of blood appeared on her arms. Fortunately, she dodged quickly and used the profound meaning of the transcendent martial technique to increase her speed. She managed to dodge Li Xinghui's terrifying attack. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by this move and her arms would have been torn apart. This Li Xinghui doesn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. That's right, this is the most terrifying thing about him. It seems like nothing can move him. Therefore, he is always very focused on fighting and practicing martial arts. His fierce tiger claw should only be a high-level martial art. But why is it different when he uses this martial art? That's right. It seems like there's something more. Beast nature. That's right. This is it. Other people's fierce tiger claw only has the form. His fierce tiger claw has both form and spirit. No wonder its power is so terrifying. This was the first time for many people to see Li Xinghui in action. Therefore, they were naturally surprised. Even the disciples of the Li family would only see Li Xinghui using their family's sword techniques. They would rarely use such a move. Looks like this martial technique, brimming with bestial nature, was Li Xinghui's forte. Again, although Shi Yulian's hands were still trembling slightly, her eyes were filled with excitement. This kind of battle really benefited her a lot. As for the injury on her arm, she didn't care at all. When she pounced again, her speed was even faster and her movement technique was even more strange. Obviously, she didn't dare to hold back, because she knew that if she held back even a little bit, she would look like a clown in front of Li Xinghui. She would lose miserably. She didn't want to win now. She only wanted to hold on for a few more moves. This way, she could at least comprehend more things. However, she thought so. Li Xinghui didn't want to waste any more time. Even though from the beginning to the end, Li Xinghui did not change his moves and only used the fierce tiger claw. Furthermore, he did not move from his original position. But every time he attacked, he was able to accurately grasp Shi Yulian's weakness. Shi Yulian felt the huge gap between them. fighting with Li Xinghui was simply like fighting with 100 martial artists of the same level. Not only was it tiring, but it was also full of danger. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could not be allowed. But even so, she was still defeated by the third move. Li Xinghui's merciless claw tore apart the clothes on Shi Yulian's back. What was left on Shi Yulian's body was a deep claw mark. Ah! Shi Yulian screamed and almost fainted on the spot. She struggled up to the third arena, but her face was extremely pale. She hurriedly swallowed a healing pill and closed her eyes to recuperate. This Li Xinghui is too scary. He is simply a human-shaped, demonic beast. Yes, he actually used the fierce tiger claw to defeat Shi Yulian. Although it's very unpleasant, but I have to admit it. His fierce tiger claw not only has both form and spirit, but also has a lot of changes. The key is that every attack can grasp the opponent's weakness. This is too scary. Any martial artist with a little bit of eyesight could see what was the scariest thing about Li Xinghui. It was not his realm. It was also not his martial technique. It was his terrifying eyesight. On the first arena, Li Xinghui only glanced at Shi Yulian indifferently. Then he retracted his gaze and sat back down. Defeating Shi Yulian seemed to have no loss to him at all. It was just like waving away a fly. Shi Yulian was defeated, and so miserably. The Shi family was definitely unhappy. First, Shi Yu went up to challenge. The result was still 3 moves. Shi Yu lost miserably. There were also 5 claw marks on her body. After that, Shi Yu went up to challenge. As one of the 4 young masters last year, Shi Yu could not withstand more than 3 moves when facing Li Xinghui. His iron cloak divine art was like paper in front of Li Xinghui's claws. It was too horrible to look at. Of course, since he was defeated, Shi Yu's body was also left with Li Xinghui's claw marks. The most terrifying thing was that, from the beginning to the end, Li Xinghui did not have any changes in his moves. He had always been using the fierce tiger claw. Facing the opponent's top-grade martial technique, this high-grade martial technique actually displayed an unimaginable power. Transformative stage? No, it was not as simple as the transformative stage. Ling Xiao shook his head. Li Xinghui's high-grade martial technique gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than the greater success stage of the entry-level top-grade martial technique. This was simply illogical. Even a high-grade martial technique of the transformative stage would definitely not be able to reach this point. There was indeed something fishy. Just as Ling Xiao was analyzing Li Xinghui, he suddenly discovered that a few scarlet-red dots had actually appeared on the mountain river diagram. These few red dots were all gathered together at the Tianfeng Grand Assembly. But according to the standards of the mountain river diagram, these few red dots were actually stronger than Ling Xiaotian. Among the experts of Tianfeng City present, there was actually no one who could compare to these few red dots. He turned his head and looked over. Only then did he realize that these people were mixed in with a small family clan. They all looked to be around 20 years old. It could be said that they were very young, but their strength was a little too terrifying. Who were they? Did someone discover us? Ling Xiao was observing these people, and these people suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. How is that possible? That kid is only at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein realm. How could he see that we are different? He just happened to look over here. After this person finished speaking, he saw that Ling Xiao had indeed retracted his gaze and looked to the other side. Look, I was right, wasn't I? That kid is far inferior to that Li Xinghui. It said that Li Xinghui was raised by a demonic beast. But I don't think that's the case. He might have demonic beast blood flowing in his body. Yeah, I didn't expect to see such a talented young man in this small Tianfeng city. Even in the entire Baiyun province, this Li Xinghui can be considered one of the top 100 geniuses. No, you guys can't tell it all. This person should have awakened 10% of his martial spirit, and it should be a beast martial spirit. As for what kind of animal it is, I don't know. Another voice sounded. How could that be? Although only after awakening 100% can one be considered to have a true martial spirit, which is extremely rare in this world. Being able to awaken a broken martial spirit by 10% is already very terrifying. If that's the case, it's possible for him to be ranked in the top 20 of the Baiyun province. No one heard the conversation between these people. There were so many experts present at the Tianfeng Grand Assembly, but not a single one of them noticed anything strange about these people. Ling Xiao didn't hear their conversation, but he saw it. Through the mountain river martial spirit, he already knew what the other party was trying to say. Broken martial spirit? Awakened to 10%? No wonder he always felt that Li Xinghui was special. Now he understood. The way he looked at Li Xinghui was a little special. After all, in this world other than him, Li Xinghui was the first cultivator he had seen with a broken martial spirit. Chapter 108. On the first arena, Li Xinghui sat there once again. There was not even the slightest bit of disarray in his hair. There was not the slightest bit of sweat on his face. In other words, until now, he had basically not expended much energy. It was a complete victory. Too terrifying. As expected of the head of the 4 young masters. Who in the younger generation is his match? Ling Chen. Almost everyone's gaze turned towards Ling Chen at this moment, because they really could not think of anyone else who was qualified to challenge Li Xinghui. If there was anyone who could defeat Li Xinghui, it could only be Ling Chen. Ling Chen was very satisfied with the situation where everyone was looking forward to it. He stood up and directly jumped onto the first arena. Li Xinghui, I've already finished recuperating. If you need to rest, I can still wait. In order to show his magnanimity, Ling Chen said with a smile, No need. 3 moves are enough to defeat you. There's no need to rest. Li Xinghui slowly stood up and looked indifferently at Ling Chen. Arrogant, Ling Chen's aura suddenly exploded. The aura of a mid-6th level martial vein cultivator spread out, causing some of the martial artists near the arena to involuntarily dodge. After all, there were many young martial artists here. Most of them were only at the peak of the 4th to 5th level martial vein. Facing such a violent aura, it was normal for them to be a little overwhelmed. Li Xinghui did not speak, but his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. There was also a demonic light. Almost everyone present held their breaths. After all, in the eyes of most of them, this was the pinnacle of the Tianfeng Grand Festival. It was absolutely not to be missed. Even if they blinked, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. In the crowd, for young martial artists who had restrained their aura lazily watched the battle that was about to begin. The difference in strength is too great. That's right. It's a little boring. Should we go up and play? Don't mess around. We're only here to obtain information. We can't be exposed. Haha, I'm just saying. These people are really not worthy of us taking action. Through their lazy gazes, they could see that Ling Chen had already launched his attack on the arena. Ethereal steps. Ling Chen had already practiced the ethereal steps to the greater mastery stage. When he used it, it was as if he had turned into an illusion. It was impossible to see him clearly. This was the so-called ethereal steps. The top disciples of the 4 great clans all had top-notch martial arts. There was no need to talk about Ling Chen. Good movement technique, but it's useless. Facing Ling Chen's movement skill, Li Xinghui's expression did not change at all and continued to stand in the same position. He was still as indifferent as ever. Ling Chen didn't say anything. He wasn't stupid. If he made a sound, the other party would be able to determine his location. He just changed his position around Li Xinghui, looking for the best opportunity to attack. He was in no hurry. If he attacked in a hurry, he would only end up like Shi Yulian. Ling Chen's movement technique has actually reached the great mastery stage. It's hard for Li Xinghui to defeat him in 3 moves. Shi Yulian sat on the 3rd fighting ring and said calmly, "It's useless." Ling Xiao shook his head. In front of a martial artist with a 10% broken martial spirit, Ling Chen's actions were simply like a clown jumping around, only entertaining himself. Before Ling Xiao didn't know what gave Li Xinghui the confidence to say that he would win in 3 moves. But now Ling Xiao was very clear. Li Xinghui's eyes should have obtained benefits from the martial spirit. They had some special eye technique that could capture the weakness of the opponent's martial skills. It can't be. Although Ling Chen has a grudge against you, you shouldn't judge him with prejudice, right? Shi Yulian looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Prejudice? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "You'll know when you see." While the two were talking, Ling Chen finally made his move. Seeming to have found the best opportunity to attack, a cold light flashed in Ling Chen's hands, and 2 sharp daggers appeared. He trained in ethereal steps and specialized in daggers. He really had a bit of an assassin's feel. The 2 cold lights turned into a cross, directly chopping towards the back of Li Xinghui's heart. His speed was simply too fast. What many people could only see was that cross light. Everyone's heart became nervous, because this cross light was clearly Ling Chen's attack. If it hit, Li Xinghui would definitely be heavily injured. After all, Li Xinghui's forte was offense. He was an unconventional person, and his defense was really terrible. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Tiger tail scissors. Li Xinghui didn't even turn his head. His body leaned forward, and then his right leg kicked towards that cross light. In an instant, it actually made people see a fierce tiger's tail swing out. Pah! It was simply like an attack that had been precisely calculated. This swing was just right, not too much and not too little, just enough to dissolve the cross light. But things wouldn't end so easily. After this tiger tail scissors shattered the cross light, it actually didn't stop, continuing to kick towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen tried to dodge, but his speed was useless. This tiger tail scissors was even faster. Without any other choice, Ling Chen could only brandish the daggers with both hands and stab downwards. Pung! This attack, Ling Chen suffered quite a bit. After all, he was in the air and couldn't use his strength. So after landing, his arms were trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was already split open, with traces of blood seeping out. As for Li Xinghui, he didn't have any intention of pursuing. He only indifferently said 2 words, "One move." Seeing this, Shi Yulian looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of surprise. This person's insight is really surprising. Was it an accident? After all, this guy Ling Chen always liked to underestimate his opponent. Let's wait and see, Shi Yulian thought in her heart, looking towards the first arena again. After Ling Chen landed, afraid that Li Xinghui would pursue, he didn't dare to stay. He directly used ethereal steps, once again turning into an afterimage. But not only did Li Xinghui not move, he even said those 2 words. This made Ling Chen feel that his face was damaged. In his anger, he launched a second attack. More than a dozen afterimages. More than a dozen blade shadows. Ling Chen could be considered to have used ethereal steps to the extreme, even though out of these dozen blade shadows, only one was real. But in such a hurry, how many people would be able to see through it? Even though this move wasn't as good as Ghost Shadow Sword technique, it was still quite strong. But it was still useless. Li Xinghui was simply like a god, accurately determining the real blade shadow. Then, using Fierce Tiger Claw, that blade shadow shattered. What followed was Ling Chen's shocked cry, as well as the tearing sound of clothes. How was this possible? Ling Chen had already lost a bit of confidence. These 2 consecutive attacks, he didn't underestimate his opponent at all. But after attacking, not only was there no result, he was even injured. What kind of logic was this? His mind was a bit messy. He had long since lost that aura of looking down on everyone. 2 moves. Li Xinghui still said indifferently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chiner, calm down. Below, Ling Xiaotian cried out nervously. But it was useless. Ling Chen was already completely led by the nose by Li Xinghui. Li Xinghui said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. In the end, he also felt that the outcome would be decided in 3 moves. As such, in the 3rd attack, Ling Chen used his most powerful attack. Chapter 109. At this moment, Ling Chen's speed became faster and faster. Gradually, people seemed to see Ling Chen and the 2 daggers become one. It formed a terrifying sword light. In the way of the sword, there is a saying called man and sword as one. That is about man and sword as one and heart as one. At this time, Ling Chen used ethereal steps and other martial skills to simulate the effect of man and sword as one. The terrifying power had already torn the surrounding air apart. Slash slash. In the air there was an ear-piercing sound, as if a steel knife had cut open an iron plate, and there was even a flame burning. What kind of terrifying move is this? Can Li Xinghui block it? Most of the young martial artists below the stage were terrified, because they knew that if this move was used, they would lose without a doubt. There was no chance of a comeback. Man and sword as one. I didn't expect this Ling Chen to be a genius. The power of this move is probably close to the attack power of a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. He won't lose, right? Sir Yulian asked. No, if he uses this move, he will lose even faster, because although this move is strong, there is still a limit. It might cause Li Xinghui some trouble, but it still won't be of much use. Ling Xiao shook his head. On the first arena, Li Xinghui's face revealed an excited expression. Ling Chen, you should be proud. You can force me to use the 3rd martial skill. Facing Ling Chen's terrifying killing move, Li Xinghui not only did not retreat in the slightest, but instead became excited. This is really a monster. If Ling Chen really lost in 3 moves when encountering such a monster, it would not be an injustice. His voice faded. Li Xinghui finally changed his standing posture. He was actually lying on the ground like a wild beast, like a fierce tiger preparing to pounce on its prey. In that instant, his entire person was filled with a bestial nature. The voice that came out of his mouth was no longer human, but the roar of a wild beast. Tiger King's strength. A martial art similar to the barbaric bull's strength. But it was several levels higher than the barbaric bull's strength, and belonged to the rare level of top martial arts. Even though it had only reached the small success stage, but this power was really terrifying. When used, it was really like the Tiger King descending to the world. In the roar, it actually scared a few timid martial artists to the point that they almost wet their pants. He pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. Without a doubt, this was the strongest move Li Xinghui had executed since the start of this year's Heaven Peak Grand Meet. The fierce tiger collided with the sharp sword. It was as if 2 thunderbolt fireballs had collided with each other. It was rumored that a firearm like the Thunderbolt Flame Bullet could directly kill a martial artist below the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein would be seriously injured. Boom! Energy shot out in all directions. A strong wind blew. Fire and light intertwined to create a terrifying scene. It was impossible to see what was happening in the ring. Most people's vision was blocked by the terrifying attack effect. Too strong. Is this really a duel between martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein? The terrifying power produced by the final collision has probably already reached the attack power of the early 7th level martial vein. That's right. It's too terrifying. Compared to this attack, many of the previous exchanges were simply too inferior. Who won? Li Xinghui or Ling Chen? The dazzling attack finally subsided, and the two young martial artists returned to everyone's sight. Li Xinghui was still as calm as ever. He still didn't look the slightest bit sorry. Even his hair and clothes weren't damaged in the slightest. It was as if he didn't put in any effort in this duel. However, Ling Xiao still noticed that Li Xinghui's aura was somewhat chaotic. In this duel just now, he had consumed quite a bit of energy, but from beginning to end, he didn't use his broken martial spirit to attack. It seemed like he wanted to keep it as a backup. Just like him, Ling Xiao, he didn't want to take out all his trump cards. Ling Qin, on the other hand, was somewhat miserable. His arms were bent, and he was already unable to move. It was obvious that he had been directly smashed to pieces. In fact, this injury was nothing. For the Ling family, it was easy to heal such an injury. The most important thing was that Ling Chen's eyes were dull. He knelt there without the slightest bit of pride. He lost. He lost in just 3 moves. Even if he used his most powerful attack, he was still unable to defeat Li Xinghui. He couldn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to his opponent. Was the gap really that big? He couldn't believe it. It was really hard to accept. You actually guessed it right. Shi Yulian looked at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing. She was quite surprised. It wasn't a guess, it was an analysis. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Ling Qin and Li Xinghui, there's one thing that's lacking. It's the difference between heaven and earth. One must know that only with 100% martial intent could one condense a broken martial spirit, and only with 100% martial intent could one fuse into a complete martial spirit. Ling Qin hadn't even comprehended martial intent. How could he be Li Xinghui's opponent? In this world, martial arts wasn't the only thing that mattered. For humans, the martial spirit was the key. What is it? Shi Yulian asked. I don't know about that, it's just a feeling. Ling Xiao shrugged. Since you're so strong, why don't you really challenge Li Xinghui? Don't fake your defeat like before. Shi Yulian suddenly smiled and said, I don't need you to provoke me. I already plan to do so. Although there's no rule that states that we can't challenge each other, if I challenge Ling Qin, I'll definitely be despised by the Ling family. So, if he loses to Li Xinghui, then I'll challenge Li Xinghui. This is the best choice. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You really want to challenge Li Xinghui? Be careful, you'll lose in 3 moves. Shi Yulian smiled. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yulian, but he's not my opponent. Ling Xiao smiled and left the dumbfounded Shi Yulian behind, then jumped onto the first stage. I'm sorry, Prince Xinghui, I don't like to be forced into a challenge. So, since I lost the previous time, do you mind if I challenge you again? He looked at Li Xinghui and asked. Of course I don't mind. Li Xinghui actually wanted to fight with Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was a little similar to him. It was the kind of aura that came from his bones. So he suspected that Ling Xiao might also have a broken martial soul. That's good. I'll give you an hour to rest and recover to your peak condition. Otherwise, people will say that I, Ling Xiao, won with an unfair advantage. Ling Xiao sat opposite Li Xinghui and said, There's no need for that, although you might be a little stronger than Ling Qin. But to defeat you, at most 10 moves are enough. Li Xinghui thought too highly of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, this guy was the same as Ling Qin. Without knowing the strength of his opponent, he dared to say such words. He really wasn't afraid of being slapped in the face. However, Li Xinghui's words almost made Ling Qin spit out a mouthful of blood, because this meant that he, Ling Qin, was inferior to Ling Xiao. He was angry. It's better for you to rest. Otherwise, if you lose too badly later, it won't look good for the Li family. What Ling Xiao wanted was to learn from each other. If Li Xinghui wasn't at his peak condition, then what was the point? This was the reason why he insisted on letting Li Xinghui rest. After all, this wasn't a life and death battle. There was no need to take advantage of his weakness to take his life. This Ling Xiao is really arrogant. Yeah, But Li Xinghui seems to think more highly of him, saying that he'll defeat him in 10 moves. Could it be that he's purposely disgusting Ling Qin? Chapter 110. Xinghui, you should rest for a while. Li Xinghui nodded his head and sat down to rest after the Li family patriarch spoke. However, the Heaven Peak pageant did not stop. Everyone knew that it was the end, and it would be too late if they did not challenge now. Therefore, there were still many battles during this period of time. But unfortunately, they were all limited to the battles after the 6th place. To everyone, it could be considered as an appetizer before the battle between Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui. After all, they were going to have a big meal, and they had to adjust themselves. An hour later, Li Xinghui stood up and stared at Ling Xiao with a burning gaze. I won't underestimate you, but I won't underestimate you either. You better use all your skills, or you'll lose even more miserably than Ling Xiao. After speaking, Li Xinghui suddenly moved. His figure flashed, as if turning into a fierce tiger's afterimage, and instantly appeared within 3 steps of Ling Xiao. This was the first time Li Xinghui took the initiative to attack. He probably felt that Ling Xiao was relying on the 9 transformations, golden body technique, and ghost shadow sword technique. Therefore, he attempted to break Ling Xiao's defense, which was basically equivalent to winning. Li Xinghui's right hand formed a claw and shook in the air. The claw actually produced afterimages, and a 3-inch long beam of energy shot out from the tip of his finger. Then his left hand waved at the same time, and the beam of energy enveloped Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Gulp. In the spectator seats, someone swallowed hard. Facing Ling Xiao, Li Xinghui actually used a move that he had never used before. What a terrifying claw technique! I wonder if Ling Xiao can block it. Ling Xiaotian was also a little nervous. Although he was unfair in some matters overall, he still hoped to nurture Ling Xiao. Underestimating the enemy, he deserves to die. Ling Yin snorted coldly and did not take it to heart. He completely hated and was unhappy with Ling Xiao. He's going to lose for sure. Ling Qin, who had returned to the pavilion to heal himself, excitedly cried out. He had lost to Li Xinghui, so naturally, he hoped that Ling Xiao would lose even more miserably. That way, he wouldn't have to lose too much face. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Good timing. Li Xinghui took the initiative to attack and used an even more powerful move. Its power was extremely terrifying. However, this did not make Ling Xiao afraid. Instead, it aroused Ling Xiao's fighting spirit. His opponent was using a high-level martial art. Ling Xiao also used a high-level martial art. They were all high-level martial arts of the transcendent state. One was an enhanced version of the fierce tiger claw. One was an advanced version of the meteor punch. In any case, they had to be stronger, more unique, and more powerful than the original high-grade martial arts. He punched out with both fists, and in an instant he punched out 6 times. Pung pung pung, pung pung pung. The finger radiance collided with the fist radiance, producing dazzling sparks. The flames splattered in all directions, and dust flew everywhere, completely concealing the figures of the 2 of them. The surrounding people could only see the sparks sputtering out from the dust, but they were unable to see the 2 of them. Even so, everyone was still watching with great interest. Li Xinghui had been famous for a long time. He had been the leader of the Tianfeng city's 4 young masters for 3 consecutive years. Although he usually practiced sword arts, he still practiced the beast fist that he was most proficient in. This martial art was chosen according to his broken martial spirit, so its power could be imagined. When he used his full strength, even the naked eye could not catch the traces of his claws. They were like the claws and teeth of a demonic beast in the night. One could only see the occasional flash of white light, but not the demonic beast itself. In comparison, 2 months ago, Ling Xiao was still a nobody. Even in the Ling family, he was a piece of trash that everyone could bully. However, Ever since he awakened the mountain river martial spirit, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was like a rising comet, and it was impossible for him not to be noticed. In a short period of time, he had unknowingly climbed from the lowest level of the Ling family to the highest level of the younger generation in Tianfeng City. He was definitely a monster. Although he did not draw his sword, Ling Xiao's fists were still terrifying. The falling star fist's effect was extremely exaggerated. However, when it was used in Ling Xiao's hands, it had a new characteristic. Not only did its power not decrease, but there were even more variations. When he waved his fists, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, making the opponent unable to catch its trajectory and weakness. Although Li Xinghui's speed was faster, Ling Xiao's fists were more targeted. It was as if he had completely seen through the opponent's attack. A single punch was equivalent to 3 of the opponent's attacks. It was simply inconceivable. The two of them fought from the center of the stage to the edge of the stage, from the ground to the air, and then back to the stage. Although they only used the fierce tiger claw and the falling star fist, when these high-grade martial arts were used by the two of them, they had an advantage that many beginner-grade martial arts could not compare to. The amazing and mysterious martial skill made all the young martial artists present dumbfounded and inexplicably shocked. They were not even willing to blink their eyes, afraid that they would miss this exciting battle. Not only them, even the 4 families' clan heads and elders couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. These 2 youngsters, if they were given a little more time, Sky Peak City would not be able to hold them back. Not only was their strength terrifying, more importantly, their potential and innate talent were too terrifying. Before them, at least in Sky Peak City, no one had been able to display high-grade martial arts to such an extent. Mingling among the small families, the 4 young experts from White Cloud Province's capital, Sky Cloud City, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These 2 fellows, just based on their innate talent and potential, it's really too terrifying. Give them a few more years, and they might even be able to charge into White Cloud Province's top 10. That's right, it's indeed a little unimaginable. Their usage of martial arts is simply much more brilliant than many of the older generation experts. This is the most terrifying point. But in the end, when 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. Who do you think will win? Probably Li Xinghui. After all, he's a practitioner with a broken martial spirit, much stronger than that Ling Xiao. Perhaps, but how can you be sure that Ling Xiao doesn't have a broken martial spirit? The 2 people on stage couldn't hear the discussions below the stage. Even if they heard it, it wouldn't affect them. At this moment, the battle had obviously entered a stalemate as it became more and more intense. It's already been 9 moves. Li Xinghui said that he would end the battle in 10 moves. I wonder what will happen. The people below the stage didn't forget what Li Xinghui said earlier. They believed that in order to fulfill his promise, Li Xinghui would definitely launch an even more ferocious attack on the 10th move. Tiger King's strength. As expected, Li Xinghui really changed his move and used his top-grade martial arts. And this move was exactly the move that defeated Ling Qin previously. The ferocious tiger roared, and that huge tiger's shadow wrapped around Li Xinghui's body before pouncing towards Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao will definitely lose. Ling Qin made his decision once again. He didn't believe that he had misjudged. Previously, no matter how many moves they exchanged, he always had an excuse to say that Li Xinghui didn't use his strongest Tiger King strength, which gave Ling Xiao an opportunity to take advantage of. But if after this move, Ling Xiao still wasn't defeated, he wouldn't even have an excuse. I've been waiting for this move of yours. Ling Xiao laughed and unsheathed his long sword from behind his back. It landed in his hand, and then he stabbed out. Back off. Double Shadow Sword Technique Level 2. With one stab, it split into 3 people. Chapter 111. Bang! Clang! Two figures stabbed at the tiger's aura with their swords in succession. Ga. The Tiger King's strength, which was originally overbearing and unparalleled, was actually blocked. Bang! The third figure stabbed forward again. Li Xinghui's expression changed drastically. The Tiger King's strength was actually in danger of shattering. After all, his Tiger King strength could only be considered a rare top-tier martial art. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's double shadow sword art was a top-tier martial art. In the same realm, Li Xinghui was naturally at a disadvantage. At this moment, he had been suppressing his strength to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein to fight with Ling Xiao. It was the same in the previous battles as well. However, at this moment, he could no longer suppress his strength. Otherwise, he would lose without a doubt. Boom! Li Xinghui's aura suddenly soared. He released his cultivation, rising from the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein to the early 6th level of the martial vein. It was still not enough. The shocked Li Xinghui did not stop. Instead, he continued to release his cultivation, middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. Finally, at this moment, the shattered aura of his Tiger King's strength had healed and was about to overwhelm Ling Xiao. Do you think you're the only one with a high cultivation? Ling Xiao sneered. His aura also soared, rising from the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein to the early 6th level of the martial vein. How is this possible? A 14-year-old martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. Below the stage, almost all the martial artists stood up in shock, including Ling Xiaotian. He originally thought that Ling Qin was the youngest martial artist to reach the 6th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Xiao's eruption completely stunned him. Was this young man a human or a demon? How could he be so powerful, so monstrous? The 4 youths from the Baiyun capital were also stunned. Even in the entire Baiyun province, there had never been a 14-year-old martial artist who had broken through to the 6th level of the martial vein. Where did this kid come from? Back off! Ling Xiao released his realm and rose to the 6th level of the martial vein. His entire aura had completely changed. The power of the sword in his hand suddenly increased by a lot. Kacha! Finally, the Tiger King's aura shattered and was pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword. Li Xinghui retreated. This was the first time he had retreated. Even after releasing his cultivation at the mid-stage of the 6th level of the martial vein and using the Tiger King's strength, he was still repelled. He had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's sword would stab into his body. At that time, he would definitely be defeated. Ha ha ha, how delightful! Take another strike from me. Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping after defeating the Tiger King's strength with one strike. With a shake of the sword in his hand, he stabbed forward again. It was still the 2nd level of the Ghost Shadow sword art. The current Li Xinghui was not qualified enough for him to use the 3rd level of the Overlapping Shadows sword technique. Bang! Li Xinghui retreated again. This time, there were bloodstains on his palm. Obviously, he had been stabbed by Ling Xiao. However, this fellow's movement technique wasn't weak either. At the crucial moment, he actually managed to dodge the attack. You forced me to do this. Li Xinghui's face was ferocious. He suddenly lay on the ground again, and his body began to spin nonstop. It was like an inverted tornado. I didn't expect that unknown Ling Xiao would actually force Xinghui to use Spiral Kill. In the Li family's pavilion, the Li family's patriarch rubbed his chin and sighed. Once this move is used, Ling Xiao will definitely lose. Not only will he lose, but he will also definitely die. That's right. Even this old man would find it difficult to block Xinghui's Spiral Kill. The Li family's patriarch once fractured both his arms because of this move. Of course, that was mainly because he suppressed his cultivation. But even if he suppressed it, he still used his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein to defend. Both his arms were still fractured. What would happen to Ling Xiao? Although others didn't know how terrifying the effect of this move was, just by looking at the terrifying storm of astral energy, it was enough to understand how terrifying this move was. "Be careful, Ling Xiao." Ling Yihang couldn't help but shout. "Junior brother." Ling Yixue stood up nervously. Although they believed in Ling Xiao's strength, the other party's move was too terrifying. They couldn't help but be nervous. As the two of them cried out in alarm, Li Xinghui shot out like a spiral sword. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. If Ling Xiao had used the soaring cloud steps in advance, he might have been able to dodge the attack. However, the activation of the soaring cloud steps still required time. The only thing he could do now was to forcefully resist this attack. There was no other way. However, on his face, there was no embarrassment or regret. Instead, there was excitement. His entire body emitted a golden light as he shouted, "Li Xinghui, if this is your strongest attack, then you've disappointed me." Boom! The initial attack of Spiral Kill was blocked by Ling Xiao's fists. However, Ling Xiao was also knocked back by the impact. His feet left deep marks, and two terrifying dents appeared on the stage. The most terrifying part of Spiral Kill was that its attack was continuous. Moreover, the faster the speed, the more terrifying the lethality. It spun like a drill, creating even more dazzling sparks on Ling Xiao's arm. Bang! Ling Xiao's arms were actually knocked away by the Spiral Kill. The Spiral Kill then directly hit Ling Xiao's chest. However, it was useless. Other than his clothes being torn to pieces, Ling Xiao's body was not injured at all. This 9 transformation golden body technique is too terrifying. How can the defense be so strong that even Spiral Kill can't break it? It's too terrifying. No wonder people say that the 9 transformation golden body technique is difficult to learn. If it's easy to learn such a powerful defense, how can others live? Li Xinghui is doomed. Spiral Kill can't even finish off Ling Xiao. He doesn't have any other killing moves, right? Yeah, Ling Xiao has too many trump cards. You can't even guess what other killing moves he has. There were such discussions within the Li family, let alone others. Looking at Ling Xiaotian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. From Ling Xiao defeating Wang Zue, Shi Yu, and the others, to now being evenly matched with Li Xinghui, this kind of strength was even stronger than a month ago in the family tournament. No, it should be said that he was much stronger. This was a true genius. It would be great if he was treated better. Thinking back to how he made Ling Xiao give up on participating in the Sky Peak Grand Tournament, Ling Xiaotian wanted to slap himself. Back then, because of the pressure from the 3 Grand Elders, he made such a stupid decision. He didn't know if Ling Xiao would bear a grudge. On the other hand, Ling Yin was both angry and shocked. On one hand, he was worried that he had offended such a genius. On the other hand, he was worried that such a genius would replace his grandson's position in the Ling family. However, the angriest one was still Ling Qin. He couldn't believe that Li Xinghui had such a terrifying move like Spiral Kill. What was even more unbelievable was that facing Li Xinghui's attack, which was at least twice as strong as the Tiger King's force, Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. Only his clothes were torn. How did this guy grow? How did he cultivate? Could it be that the patriarch was distracted? Ha ha ha, I was worried for nothing. Ling Yihang laughed and shook his head secretly. No matter who he was worried about, there was no need to worry about this guy. He was too much of a beast. Junior brother, you have indeed left us far behind. Chapter 112. In the arena, Li Xinghui was on the verge of going crazy. A clearer shadow gradually appeared behind him. It was a fierce tiger. Its entire body was white, but it looked fainter. It was definitely not an astral energy shadow because it looked more real. That kid actually used his broken martial soul. It seems like there's really no other way. The few young people from White Cloud Prefecture below the stage were shocked. They thought that Li Xinghui could defeat Ling Xiao. They didn't expect that at the last moment, Li Xinghui even used 10% of his broken martial soul, the White Tiger Remnant Soul. But once the White Tiger Remnant Soul is out, that kid called Ling Xiao really can't do it. But didn't you notice? That Ling Xiao didn't even show the slightest fear or shock. Did he know that Li Xinghui had a broken martial soul from the beginning? How is that possible? They were shocked, but when they saw Ling Xiao's excited expression, they had to believe it. When the White Tiger Remnant Soul appeared, its roar shocked the surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding experts, including the 7th level martial vein experts, changed drastically. For hundreds of years, a martial soul had never appeared in Tianfeng City, not even a broken martial soul. Li Xinghui actually awakened a broken martial soul. Although it was only 10%, the terrifying soul deterrence made everyone tremble in fear. This was a martial soul. A powerful and terrifying martial soul. Ha ha ha. Once the martial soul is out, it's invincible. Can you still block it? Li Xinghui laughed maniacally. As he spun crazily, he finally sent Ling Xiao flying. Soaring cloud steps. Fledgling dragon. Ling Xiao should have been sent flying out of the arena, but he instantly used the soaring cloud steps. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, circling the arena more than 10 times before stopping. Awesome. After stopping, Ling Xiao actually shouted excitedly, "This is the first time I've met a warrior with a martial soul. It's too awesome." Again. Roar. Li Xinghui roared in anger. The huge White Tiger Remnant Soul behind him actually roared in the same way. Many young martial artists who were closer to the ring suddenly bled from their noses and mouths and fainted on the spot. The White Tiger Remnant Soul's roar could directly affect a martial artist's soul. It was truly terrifying. The group of people either ran away or hid. In a short period of time, the martial artists surrounding the first ring actually ran away cleanly. The closest one was 30 to 40 meters away. What a terrifying roar. That Ling Xiao is actually able to withstand it? How did he do it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. What they did not know was that Ling Xiao had cultivated the soul condensation technique and possessed the mountain river martial spirit. The strength of his soul was not something that Li Xinghui could affect. My turn! Ox Demon Art. Transformation. With a furious bellow, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have grown a little bigger. His entire body was covered in the Minotaur demonic armor that was condensed from his Gang Qi. Not only that, but his fist was also wrapped in a layer of stellar energy armor, clearly much larger than before. Thump, 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 thump. What kind of martial art is this? I've never heard of it. This kid really has too many trump cards. Facing a broken martial soul, he's not afraid at all. He even used a martial art that I've never heard of. This is too shocking. Ling Jiu gritted his teeth in the crowd. Only he knew what martial art Ling Xiao was using. It was a mystical technique left behind by the Ling family patriarch that no one had ever succeeded in cultivating. He did not expect this kid to succeed in cultivating it. Even if he had taken away the secret manual, the kid still succeeded. Damn it. Brother Jiu, we can't let this kid continue to grow. We have to kill him. Ling 13 said anxiously from the side. Yes, I've already investigated. On the day Li Xingyun was killed, Ling Xiao went out. According to the results of the investigation, Li Xingyun may have killed a few beggars, and those beggars were Ling Xiao's relatives. Ling Jiu said gloomily, "We don't have to do anything. Just pass this news to the Li family. This kid is dead for sure." Brother Jiu, you're so smart. I'll do it right away. In the ring, Ling Xiao did not know what Ling Jiu and Ling 13 were planning. He was really excited at this moment. Li Xinghui's broken martial soul made him feel unprecedented pressure. On the contrary, It was precisely because of this that he yearned for a fight. Only in such a battle could he better hone his martial arts. Ox Demon Kung Fu, Meteorite, Shape-Shifting Fist. This move had already been reborn, surpassing the limits of advanced martial arts. It was even more terrifying than the Acme Mastery. Its power was even comparable to the mastery of entry-level top martial arts. Li Xinghui definitely did not expect that he could not defeat Ling Xiao even after using the White Tiger Remnant Soul. His mind was obviously in a mess. He even suspected that he could not withstand the power of this punch. "Let's fight. I want to see if your fist is harder or my claws are sharper." Li Xinghui was indeed Li Xinghui. In a moment, he collected his mind and regained his confidence. With a roar, he struck out with both claws. It was because of the White Tiger Remnant Soul. White Tiger Beast, Rending Claw. This was a brand new martial art. It was a martial art condensed from the White Tiger Remnant Soul. It was an extremely powerful martial art. Bam! When the claws and fists collided, the terrifying Qi shield vibrated and produced a dazzling fire. It was as if it was not the hands of two people, but two palms made of steel. "Break!" Ling Xiao shouted as his fist smashed onto Li Xinghui's claws like meteorites. The terrifying power continued to surge out. Li Xinghui was shocked. His arms were actually bent to the point where they could not be bent anymore. He was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. If he did not retreat now, his arms would be crippled. "You can't escape." Ling Xiao executed soaring cloud steps and chased after Li Xinghui. Although his body had become much larger, his speed was still shockingly fast, and he directly smashed his fist onto Li Xinghui's chest. Li Xinghui let out a shrill cry, and his body flew out like a kite with its string cut. The White Tiger martial soul behind him let out a sorrowful cry and completely vanished. Li Xinghui looked at the sky blankly as he lay on the ground, and his eyes no longer had the peerlessly domineering expression from before. At that instant, the entire Sky Peak Grand Festival fell into a deathly silence. After a short moment, with Ling Yihong as the focal point, an enormous wave of noise exploded out, no matter if it was cursing or shock. In short, Ling Xiao became the sole focus of attention today. I really didn't expect that in the end, it was actually Ling Xiao who obtained first place in the Sky Peak Grand Festival. Alas, why didn't I have such eyesight? If I had bet on Ling Xiao at the beginning, then I would have earned at least 10 times the amount of silver now. I bet on Ling Qin, but I didn't expect that fellow to be so weak. I lost so much money. Every time the Sky Peak Grand Festival was held, there would be people betting and people placing bets. Although Ling Xiao obtained first place in the Ling family's annual competition, his reputation was too small after all. So this time there were really not many people who bet on him to obtain first place. Ah pooh, losing money was a small matter, but the one who was truly aggrieved was Ling Qin. He was originally injured, and when he saw Ling Xiao defeat Li Xinghui, he was so angry that he actually shouted loudly, vomited blood, and fainted. Chapter 113. After Ling Xiao defeated Li Xinghui fainted. Li Xinghui was also heavily injured. Thus, the second and fourth positions were empty. After a round of competition, there were 2 more female princes in the Tianfeng City 4 Princes. The 4 of them were Ling Xiao, Shi Yulian, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yihong. The former 4 princes had completely changed, and the Ling family was the most honored, with 3 of them becoming one of the 4 princes. However, there weren't many people in the Ling family who were happy about this, because Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue were disciples recruited from outside. Ling Yihong was a branch disciple. None of them were disciples of the Ling family, which made many of the Ling family's upper echelons feel ashamed, especially the 3 grand elders. If they had followed their recommendations, only Ling Qin would have been able to become one of the 4 princes. Of course, although they felt ashamed, The three of them were still disciples of the Ling family, so they weren't worried. However, the other three families were different. Seeing the rise of the Ling family, they were naturally worried. In the Li family's pavilion, Patriarch, we just received news that the one who killed Li Xingyun that day was Ling Xiao. What? Is the source reliable? Absolutely reliable. And our people are almost done with their investigation. The suspect is also Ling Xiao, but now we are more certain. Ling Xiao. Humph. We can't let him return to the Ling family alive. This time, I will personally take action. The Li family patriarch didn't just hate Ling Xiao for killing Li Xingyun. He also hated Ling Xiao for defeating Li Xinghui, which made the Li family lose face. Another point was that Ling Xiao's potential was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't allow such a person to continue growing, or else he wouldn't be able to control him in the future. He firmly believed that with his 7th level martial vein cultivation, killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as flipping his hand. All he needed now was an opportunity. Patriarch, there are also people in the Ling family who want Ling Xiao to die, so this opportunity is easy to find. All right, let's go. The Li clan patriarch stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell to the Tianfeng city lord. He brought his clan members and left to prepare their plan to kill Ling Xiao. After the Sky Peak Grand Assembly ended, the top 10 all received rewards from the Sky Peak city lord. Among them, the 5th to 10th had all agreed to join the royal court and obtained official positions. In the future, they could be considered as people with status in Tianfeng City. As for the top 4, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yihong all refused. Their target was not the tiny Tianfeng City. The world was so big, and they all wanted to go out and explore. As for Shi Yulian, she was the daughter of the city lord, so there was no such thing as receiving a title. However, the 4 of them also received other rewards. Each of them received 100 Aura Chi pills and 10 low-grade spirit stones. There was no need to introduce the Aura Chi pill. Under the 7th level of the martial vein, this was the best pill to raise one's cultivation level and recover one's Aura Chi. The city lord's mansion was indeed rich, to actually reward each of them with 100. As for the low-grade spirit stones, they were even more precious than the Aura Chi pill. Normally, martial artists would use them in transactions. Moreover, many things could only be bought with spirit stones. Many martial artists did not recognize gold or silver. Moreover, the spirit stones themselves were also treasures used by martial artists above the 7th level of the martial vein, which was the Qi explosion stage, to raise one's cultivation level and recover true essence. The inner strength of the awakening stage was true energy. The inner strength of the aura stage was Aura Chi. The inner strength of the Qi explosion stage was true essence. Therefore, from the 6th level of the martial vein to the 7th level of the martial vein, it was not just an increase of one's cultivation level, but qualitative change. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the unconscious Ling Qin let out a loud cry. Ling Xiao, who had just received his reward, could not help but frown as he looked over. Ling Qin woke up. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said in a voice that sounded like he was crying blood, "Ling Xiao, don't think that just because you defeated Li Xinghui that you are stronger than me. When I recover, you will know what true strength is." "With just you?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "Those who are left behind by me will never have the chance to surpass me. If I can't even do this, then I, Ling Xiao, am a bit too useless." He had this confidence. He also had to have this confidence. With such a powerful trump card like the mountain and river martial spirit, if he was still caught up and surpassed by others, then he would really have to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. "You will know when the time comes. Take me back." Ling Qin did not want to see Ling Xiao anymore. If he looked at Ling Xiao again, he would feel unbearably sullen. That kind of sullenness could simply anger a person to death. At the same time, on the other side, the 4 people who were mixed in with the small family were also preparing to leave. The Tianfeng Grand Assembly has ended. In my opinion, the Tianfeng city's 4 big families are only SOSO, other than that Li Xinghui and Ling Xiao, who are worth paying attention to. There is no need to persuade them to surrender. Let's just kill them all, one of them said dispiritedly. Nonsense. Although the human race is weak now, it has abundant resources and a large territory. The current situation is that thousands of races are competing for supremacy, and all of them want to occupy the human race's territory. Our shinobi clan is new here, so we should try our best to support our own forces. Another person shouted in a low voice. What if they don't agree to surrender? Another person asked. Kill without mercy. The previous person said. Understood. Since you understand, then let's act separately. The Tianfeng city's 4 big families are each responsible for 1 family. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them instantly disappeared. A moment later, the Li family was on their way back. The Li family's patriarch suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. Who are you? A person stood on the road not far away, wearing a strange forehead protector with the word ninja engraved on it. This person's attire, including the way he spoke, was very different from the human race. Mid-stage, martial vein, 7th level cultivation. Li family's patriarch, your strength is not bad, but I wonder if you can take one of my moves? As soon as he finished speaking, that person suddenly made a move. His body trembled and his true essence erupted. There seemed to be steam rising around him. This was the characteristic of a chi explosion stage martial artist. That thing that looked like steam was actually the effect of burning true essence. The so-called chi explosion referred to burning true essence. Once a chi explosion stage martial artist burned true essence, their combat strength would increase exponentially. The higher the realm, the higher the increase. This was the real reason why a martial vein 6th level martial artist was completely unmatched. More importantly, burning true essence would not cause any negative effects. As long as it was not excessive, there would be no problem. The Li family's patriarch's expression changed. The other party was only about 20 years old, but he was also a chi explosion stage expert. His strength was not inferior to his own. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly chose to burn his true essence. In the next moment, the 2 of them moved almost at the same time. They exchanged a move in the air. The man wearing the forehead protector had a very strange attack. Although he also used true essence, his attack style left the Li family's patriarch dumbfounded. In the other party's hand, the astral energy actually turned into the shape of a gear. Then it spun crazily as if it could cut through everything. Although the Li family's patriarch tried his best to resist, he was still a step behind. He was sent flying, and a deep wound appeared on his chest. Both of them had precise control over their true essence. Although their attacks were very powerful, they did not waste their true essence. Who exactly are you? My Li family has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us again? Chapter 114. My lord has no enmity with your Li family. Today I'm not here to kill you. I'm only here to give you a chance to live. The young man sneered and tossed out a letter. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Yunsheng, opened the letter. After reading it, his expression changed drastically. Arrogant, a mere ninja dares to talk about annexing the sacred dynasty of our human race? Dream on. Li Yunsheng shouted angrily. My ninja race originated from overseas and specializes in ninja world martial arts. Although we can't condense a martial spirit, we have a ninja soul that is as strong as a martial spirit. Unlike your human race, your martial spirits are basically extinct. Those who have a complete martial spirit are extremely rare. However, almost all of our ninja race's warriors have a ninja soul. The young man chuckled. Today, the four of us have come to Tianfeng City under orders to persuade your four great families to surrender. If you don't accept, we'll exterminate your entire family. With just you? Li Yunxing didn't believe it, even if his opponent was stronger than him. It wasn't that easy to exterminate a clan. In Tianfeng City, each of the four great families had at least 4 martial masters, which meant that they were at least at the 7th level of the martial vein. You don't believe me? The young man raised his hand and was about to demonstrate. Suddenly, another figure floated over. Fei Mu, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to persuade the Wang family to surrender? Fei Mu, the patriarch of the Wang family, didn't listen to my advice, so I casually exterminated him. Fei Mu curled his lips and said indifferently, It's enough to leave a puppet in Tianfeng City. The Wang family is too weak, so it's useless to keep them. That's true. Fei Mu looked at Li Yunxing and sneered. Patriarchally, you heard it too. Although our ninja race hasn't been in the human race's territory for long, there's no doubt about our strength. You should have heard of the Heavenly Ninja Academy in Baiyun capital, right? Heavenly Ninja Academy. Li Yunsheng was shocked. Heavenly Ninja Academy was the largest martial arts academy in the entire Baiyun province. It was also the strongest martial arts academy in the province. There were many experts in the academy, so how could he not know? More importantly, the governor of Baiyun province was also the honorary dean of the academy. It was said that the governor was a peak 9th level martial vein expert. He was so strong that he could destroy the Li family with a finger. Li Yunxing didn't expect that even the governor of Baiyun to join the ninja race. Li Yunxing smiled bitterly. He suddenly knelt on the ground and said, The Li family is willing to submit to the Shinobi clan. Haha, that's right, the Li family. As long as you serve the ninja race, sooner or later your Li family. Fei Mu. Lord Filiu, I have a presumptuous request. You want to kill that Ling Xiao? Li Yunxing frowned, but in the end he nodded and agreed. Also, your Li family's Li Xinghui isn't bad either. Let him come with us and enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy. In the future, he will definitely become a first-rated warrior. Becoming a martial master is just around the corner. Li Yunxing didn't think it was shameful to work for the ninja race. Since the governor of Baiyun had submitted to the ninja race, what was the point of his Li family? What's more, Fei Mu was telling the truth. Now that the human saint dynasty had fallen apart, the lands were basically divided by the other races. It was as if the sun was setting in the west, and there was no hope at all. He didn't want to sink with this broken ship. Of course, more importantly, the Heavenly Ninja Academy was the strongest power in the Baiyun province. Joining the Heavenly Ninja Academy meant that Li Xinghui's future was limitless. In the future, his Li family might even be able to suppress the Shi family in Tianfeng City. Very good. Let's see how Fei Yun and Fei Yu do. After the Tianfeng Grand Assembly ended, Ling Xiao wanted to return to the Ling family with the Ling family. But before he could leave, he was stopped by the Tianfeng City's mayor, Shilong. He still had to give Shilong face. After all, he was the mayor of Tianfeng City. Ling Xiao also allowed Ling Xiao to stay, but it was unknown if he was sincere. After everyone left, Ling Xiao was brought to a luxurious hall of the Shi family by Shi Yu. There, Shi Yulian had already changed into a new set of clothes. She walked lightly, adding a bit of charm to her. However, Shi Long was nowhere to be seen. Shi Yulian's beauty was the kind that shook one's soul. There was no man who wouldn't be tempted. Ling Xiao was naturally the same. Seeing Shi Yulian's appearance after dressing up, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. However, in an instant, under the dual stimulation of the soul-condensing art and snow lotus chi technique, he recovered his calm. In front of beauty, he only treated it as a pink skeleton. Seeing Ling Xiao recover his calmness in an instant, Sir Yulian couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Not only did she show her beauty, but she also deliberately used a charm technique that could affect a warrior's soul. However, it didn't have much use. This person's composure was beyond imagination. He was only a 14-year-old boy. It was really surprising. "Miss Yulian, may I know where the city lord is?" Although Ling Xiao looked at Sir Yulian and didn't avoid her gaze, his eyes were very clear, without the slightest lust. "My father went to meet a guest from the White Cloud capital. He'll be here later." Sir Yulian's voice became softer and more charming, as if she wanted to use this gentleness to completely melt Ling Xiao. "Are you still not satisfied with Yulian accompanying you?" Ling Xiao said seriously. "Miss Yulian, you must be joking. Since the city lord has a guest, I'll come another day." "Young Master Ling Xiao, you're not giving me face. Are you not even willing to give me face for a cup of tea?" Sir Yulian frowned slightly. This Sir Yulian was really a beauty that could bring disaster to a country. Her smile and frown were stunning. Even when she frowned, there was a special charm. In addition, the two of them were very close. Ling Xiao could even smell the special feminine fragrance from Sir Yulian's body. Even Sir Yulian's body temperature, breathing, and even seductive aura were so clear. If it was someone else, their body would probably be hot and their blood would be boiling. A good man might even turn into a ferocious beast. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, Sir Yulian was a withered skeleton. No man would be tempted by a skeleton, even if the other party was the #1 beauty in Tianfeng City. If that was really the case, what he felt was probably only fear. "Miss Yulian, please respect yourself." Feeling that Sir Yulian's body was already close to him, Ling Xiao suddenly dodged and said coldly. As a cultivator, he definitely wouldn't allow others to get close to him, even if the other party was an outstanding beauty. It was too dangerous to be so close to him. Sir Yulian was unhappy, but in the end, she didn't show it. She only hated that her charm wasn't great enough. She couldn't even take down such a brat. Or perhaps this brat's willpower was too strong. He wasn't tempted at all. "Young Master Ling Xiao, do you know why my father asked you to stay today?" Chapter 115. "I don't know." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Young Master Ling Xiao is so intelligent. How could you not know? You displayed extraordinary talent in the Sky Peak Assembly today and defeated Li Xinghui to obtain the title of the #1 young master. My father originally wanted to betroth me to Li Xinghui, but he changed his mind and wants to betroth me to you. Aren't you happy?" Sir Yulian chuckled. Ling Xiao is naturally very happy to obtain Miss Yulian's favor. However, Ling Xiao's ambition is the martial Dao. Furthermore, I'm only 14 years old. It's too early to talk about marriage now. Ling Xiao tactfully rejected. "Humph, you don't know what's good for you." Suddenly a rough voice sounded. Shilong and a young martial artist walked into the hall. Ling Xiao had seen that young martial artist before. He was one of the people who had snuck into the small family. "You can leave. Even if you agree today, this old man will not agree." Shilong looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. "This young master is young Master Fei Yu. This old man already has the intention to betroth Yulian to him. Who do you think you are? Why would my Sher family fancy you?" In Shilong's eyes, his daughter was just a tool that could be used. After witnessing Fei Yu's strength, he hurriedly rushed over. Before he came, he had already made a decision. If Ling Xiao agreed, he would find an excuse to chase Ling Xiao away. If Ling Xiao did not agree, it would naturally be for the best. In any case, Ling Xiao was nothing compared to the 7th level martial vein realm martial master, Fei Yu. "Ling Xiao, farewell." Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. Was there something wrong with Shilong's head? "You were the one who invited me here, but now you're saying such words. However, this is also good. I don't plan on marrying the Sher family's daughter." He stood up and left quickly without the slightest reluctance. Others might be eyeing the position of the son-in-law of the Sky Peak City's city lord. But he had no interest at all. Under the Bayun province, there were dozens of cities like the Sky Peak City. His goal was higher and further. It was not something this small Sky Peak City could trap him. Seeing Ling Xiao leave without any reluctance, Shi Yulian's heart trembled. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ling Xiao was different from the rest. Although this young man's current strength was not considered strong, his terrifying potential, calmness, and wisdom were not something that his peers could compare to. Even some of the older generation warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles would not be able to gain the slightest advantage in front of this young man except for their realm. Was he really a 14-year-old martial artist? Ling Xiao also did not know that ever since he had obtained the mountain and river martial spirit, under the subtle transformation of the mountain and river martial spirit, he was no longer an ordinary young man. "Father, isn't it unwise to offend him like this?" Shi Yulian asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Yulian, you probably don't know where this young Master Fei you came from, right?" Shi Long said excitedly, "He is a disciple of the Heavenly Ninja Academy in the White Cloud Prefecture. Now you understand why I want to betroth you to him. Heavenly Ninja Academy." When Shi Yulian heard these 4 words, her body trembled. She had wanted to go to the Heavenly Ninja Academy for a long time. Although she was considered a genius in Tianfeng City, no one knew of her outside of Tianfeng City. There was no chance for her to enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Now that she was married to young Master Feiyu, wouldn't her chances of entering the Heavenly Ninja Academy increase exponentially? "Yulian, young Master Feiyu has already promised your father that he will bring you out of Tianfeng City today and go to the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Once you enter there, whether it is Li Xinghue or Ling Xiao, they will all be surpassed by you," Shi Long said with a flushed face. Yulian understands. Shi Yulian quickly forgot about Ling Xiao. In her eyes, there was only Feiyu. After a while, the Li family's patriarch Li Yunxing also arrived at the Shi family. Along with him were Fei Mu, Fei Lu, and Fei Yin. "Fei Yin, how's the situation on your side?" Feiyu asked. As the strongest of the 4, he was naturally the leader of the 4. "Rejected." Fei Yun shook his head and said, "The Ling family dares to reject? Then why don't you just destroy the Ling family?" "I already destroyed the Wang family," Fei Mu said unhappily. "You don't understand. The Ling family is much stronger than the Wang family. I alone am not enough. So I came back to discuss with you." "What's there to discuss?" "The Ling family dares to not be loyal to the Ninja Emperor. They are simply seeking death. The 4 of us will go and destroy them." Fei Mu was clearly an impatient person. "There's no need for that. Shi Long, Li Yunxing, since the 2 of you have chosen to be loyal to the ninja clan, then do something for the ninja clan. I will let Fei Mu and Fei Yun help you destroy the Ling family. In addition, I will also send you 100 ninja guards." Fei Yu rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Shi Long accepts the order. Li Yunxing accepts the order." They originally wanted to destroy the Wang family and the Ling family. Now that the Wang family was destroyed, only the Ling family was left. With the 2 families working together, along with Fei Mu and Fei Yin, as well as 100 ninja guards who are all at the 5th martial vein stage and above, wouldn't destroying the Ling family be easy? It was because of this that they agreed so quickly. "Fei Mu, Fei Yin, the 2 of you listen up. You can kill anyone in the Ling family, but you still have to fight for Ling Xiao. It would be a pity if he dies. Understood? Ling family." Ling Xiaotian looked at the group of disciples below the stage with a worried expression. The moment he sent Ling Yun away, he knew that the Ling family was in trouble, and it was big trouble. Ling Xiao had also returned. He stood silently in the crowd, listening to Ling Xiaotian's explanation. As a beggar, he originally had no feelings for the human sacred dynasty. However, he was still a human. The thought of the human territory being divided by the other races made him feel very uncomfortable. He could choose not to fight for the human sacred dynasty, but he had to fight for himself and the human territory. Moreover, he was now a disciple of the Ling family. No matter how Ling 13 and Ling Jiu tried to frame him and kill him, no matter how much the three supreme elders looked down on him. However, the Ling family still had second master Ling, Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, Ling Luo, and his grandfather, Hongqi. He could not betray the Ling family at this time. Moreover, since Ling Xiaotian did not succumb to the threat of the ninjas and did not want to be their puppet, he had to stay and fight with the old man. Death was scary. However, it was shameful to choose to betray in the face of danger. Everyone, the human race, has reached a critical moment of extinction. I, Ling Xiaotian, do not ask you to die with me. If you want to leave, leave as soon as possible. Anyway, this old man is determined to live and die with the Ling family. As soon as Ling Xiaotian's voice fell, he suddenly frowned. Not far away, there was a loud commotion. A black mass of people was rushing toward the Ling family. The person in the lead was wearing a black cloak and black armor. He rode on a horse and jumped directly onto the Ling family's wall. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiaotian, you are so stubborn. Do you want these disciples of the Ling family to die with you? Shirlong. Ling Xiaotian stared at this person with a gloomy face. Brother Shirlong is right. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your small Ling family. Why do you have to go against the ninjas? Just surrender. A shadow landed beside Shirlong, his clothes fluttering without wind. Chapter 116. The earth trembled. There was a dangerous aura in the air. All the warriors of the Li family in Tianfeng City. All the warriors of the Shi family in Tianfeng City, including the tens of thousands of warriors under the control of Tianfeng City's city lord, Shirlong. Although most of the warriors in the army were below the third level of the martial vein, there were many of them, and they had bows and other sharp weapons in their hands. Even if the warriors were stronger than them, they would probably be shot into hedgehogs in the face of the sky full of arrows. In addition, there were 100 ninjas hidden in the dark with strength above the 5th level of the martial vein. This was the group of people who had surrounded the Ling family so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Of course, the strongest among them were 10 people. They were Shirlong and Li Yunsheng, as well as the 3 great elders of the 7th level of the martial vein from the 2 families. Then there were Fei Mu and Fei Yun. It could be said that the people of the Ling family couldn't escape even if they had wings. Not to mention, there weren't many of them who could fly in the air, let alone fly. Seeing this terrifying scene, many of the Ling family's disciples trembled. Their previous hot blood seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe. Even a fool could see that today's matter was not going to end well. The ninjas were really capable of exterminating an entire family. Panic would spread. The fear of one person gradually became the fear of the majority. From top to bottom, the Ling family only had less than 5,000 disciples, and among them, most of them were below the 3rd level of the martial vein. With this kind of strength, to fight the menacing coalition army head-on was obviously an egg hitting a rock. Seeing the Ling family trembling in fear, Shirlong was very pleased. How many years had he wanted to see such a scene? He didn't expect that it would be realized with the help of the ninjas today. It seemed that submitting to the ninjas was a very good decision. Shirlong stood there and suddenly punched a building in the Ling family's courtyard. With just one punch, astral energy spewed out and almost exploded. The building instantly turned into a pile of rubble. Such terrifying strength could only be achieved by a martial master above the 7th level of the martial vein. Ha ha ha! Everyone of the Ling family, listen up. He clasped his hands behind his back and said with a domineering voice, "The ninja clan came from the overseas Immortal Islands to defend the territory of the human race. Today, I invited the Ling family to join us, but I didn't expect Ling Xiaotian, that old fogey, to have ulterior motives and rejected this proposal. Today, this city lord and these two envoys have come here to take this old bastard's dog life and erase the Ling clan's name from Tianfeng City." Remove the Ling family from Tianfeng City? Didn't that mean he was going to exterminate the Ling family? It seemed that Ling Xiaotian's refusal to cooperate with the ninjas had truly angered these barbaric ninjas. They could no longer tolerate the Ling family in their eyes. "No, I can't die yet. I'm still young. That's right. I don't want to be buried with the Ling family. Why should the patriarch offend the shinobi? Why should we suffer together with him?" Dissatisfaction, the emotions of panic. It began to grow more intense. Of course, Shirlong saw all of this. He chuckled and said, "This city lord has said it before. Today, I'm here to kill Ling Xiaotian and the other stubborn people. It has nothing to do with the rest. If the rest of you are willing to leave the Ling family and submit to the ninja clan, then the ninja clan will definitely treat you well. Even the Ling family's descendants can do it?" A voice asked loudly. "Of course. Even if you are Ling Xiaotian's son, as long as you are willing to submit to the ninja clan, there won't be any problems." As soon as he said this, the Ling family was in chaos. Tianfeng City had been peaceful for many years. Most of the young people had never experienced the Great War of the 10,000 races in the past. They had not even experienced a small-scale war between the foreign races. They did not know that the establishment of a sacred dynasty of the human race was not easy. They also did not know that before the establishment of the sacred dynasty of the human race was simply a vassal and slave of other races. They could be auctioned off at any auction. They could be killed on the streets at will, and the only compensation might be a few taels of silver. There might even be no compensation at all. That dark era had passed for too long, so much so that the current humans did not understand the meaning of the sacred dynasty. Even if the sacred dynasty had declined, the human race would never give up their territory. Otherwise, that dark era would soon come again. Ling Xiaotian's face was gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. Things had reached a point of no return. The other party was too strong. The power and influence they brought was too strong. Although he hated those who were not determined, it was too late to say anything now. Now, those who are willing to submit to the ninja clan come out of the Ling family's troops and stand there. The position that Shirlong pointed at was exactly the direction that the Tianfeng City's troops were pointing at. As long as these people dared to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to order them to be shot immediately. Don't be afraid. As long as you are sincerely loyal, no one will do anything to you. Of course, if you are not willing to leave the Ling family, then it doesn't matter. Today, accompany that old man Ling Xiaotian to hell. In the crowd, some people were hesitating. Some were still a little afraid. The Ling family had always dealt with traitors without mercy. Of course, there were also some people who were simply hesitating between loyalty and life. Whoever dares to betray the family at this time, I, Ling Wuhan, will kill him. Suddenly, the second master of the Ling family, Ling Wuhan, roared as he pulled out the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. When you joined the Ling family in the past, the Ling family treated you well. Now that the Ling family is in danger, you abandon the Ling family and are disloyal. What he said was not wrong. In fact, including Ling Xiao, they had all received a lot of kindness from the Ling family. It was true that Ling Xiao had been wronged and treated unfairly, but when he joined the Ling family had at least taken care of his food and drink. It also gave him the opportunity to practice martial arts, not to mention that most of the others had received much better treatment than Ling Xiao. Betraying at this time was really a disloyal and shameless person. Humph. Second brother, you make it sound nice. If you are willing to wait for death with that old man, then you can accompany him. We are not willing." At this time, Ling Jiu stood up and glanced at Ling Wuhin in disdain, and then walked to the position that Shilong said. "Ling Jiu, you bastard!" Ling Xiaotian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never thought that the first person to betray the Ling family was not an outsider disciple, but his own son. "Old man, if you want to die, I don't want to accompany you." As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. I don't think there's anything wrong with submitting to the ninjas. Not only can it preserve the Ling family, but it can even bring the Ling family to greater heights. Ling Jiu sneered. "Your approach is tantamount to throwing an egg at a rock." "Dad is right." Ling Chong also followed Ling Jiu and stood there, with the father and son taking the lead. Many people who were still hesitating no longer hesitated. In just a short time, thousands of disciples had walked over, and the number was still increasing. Among these people, although there were outsiders, there were also a large number of Ling family's own children. To be honest, Ling Xiaotian did not have much expectation for the outsiders. It was normal for them to abandon the Ling family at this time. After all, they did not really belong to the Ling family by blood. But the betrayal of his own children broke his heart. Chapter 117. In the end, there were only about 500 people left around Ling Xiaotian. "La ha ha ha, Ling Xiaotian, do you see it now? This is your fate. Everyone betrayed you. Isn't it great?" Shi Long laughed happily, as if he could already see Ling Xiaotian's tragic end. Ling Xiaotian's spirit was low, his morale was low, his face was pale, and the corner of his mouth was trembling. Suddenly he saw a figure in the crowd. Ling Xiao. He didn't choose to leave? All of a sudden, Ling Xiaotian seemed to have been pulled back from despair. A person's character could be seen most clearly in the face of life and death. Today, even the Ling family's disciples had betrayed them. But Ling Xiao, as an external disciple who had encountered a lot of injustice, didn't choose to betray them. This made him feel relieved. "It's a pity that I found you too late. If I had found you earlier, I would have focused on training you as a seedling." He felt a little helpless because, today, the Ling family would be destroyed. Ling Xiao couldn't escape death even if he stayed. He was a talent. He was a talented person, and a shining talent in personality. It would be a pity if he died. If he were to focus on training him and even position him as the future patriarch of the Ling family, then the Ling family would definitely be able to prosper in the hands of this child. "Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, you three take your family and leave. Join the ninja clan." Lin Xiaotian suddenly let out a long sigh. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but he really wanted to keep these three children. Not only were they talented, but their characters were also far better than those shameless people. "Ha ha ha. Old man, you finally said something. Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, if you three are willing to join the ninja clan, then you will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy in Baiyun Stronghold and receive special protection and training." Shilong laughed and said, "Of course, your family won't die." As far as he was concerned, he naturally didn't want these three to live. After all, the three of them were very talented, especially Ling Xiao. Even in the entire Baiyun Stronghold, he was definitely an outstanding person. He didn't want the three of them to grow. However, the messenger of the Shinobi clan clearly told him that he should try his best to win over these three people. He believed that the ninjas had a way to turn these three people into dogs. After all, the Shinobi clan has cultivated a lot of such human scum for a long time. To be able to enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy is really enviable. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, those three have already proven themselves in the Sky Peak Grand Meet. Especially Ling Xiao. He even defeated Li Xinghui. His future is limitless. Even the patriarch doesn't want the three of them to die in vain. Sai, why don't we have that fate? Even those who have already surrendered to the Shinobi clan are very jealous of such preferential treatment. Most importantly, Ling Xiao definitely had a reason to leave the Ling family. Firstly, he was an external disciple and did not have the Ling family's bloodline. Secondly, he was ostracized by the Ling clan and even suffered an assassination attempt. However, he didn't receive any justice, so he should be holding a grudge. Many people felt that Ling Xiao's choice was very obvious. If I surrender to the Shinobi clan, will I have a chance to enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. It's Ling Qin? How could Ling Qin? Of course, you also have the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Ninja Academy. This time it was Fei Yun who spoke. Heavenly Ninja Academy. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, I'm still a member of the Ling family, and the Ling family's bloodline flows in my body. If I surrender to the Shinobi clan now, wouldn't I become a traitor and an unfilial son? Ling Chen's words caused Ling Xiaotian, who was originally worried, to finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, Ling Qin. You're indeed Grandpa's good grandson. You're much better than your shameless father. He said this because Ling Chen's father, Ling 13, had already sided with the Shinobi clan and was going to become enemies with the Ling family. I thought that senior apprentice brother Ling Chen was going to betray the family. Looks like he's different from his father. After all, he even entered the 4th floor of the Ling family's library. He's been heavily nurtured. Yes, his spirit is praiseworthy, but it's a pity that he'll be buried with the Ling family. Although this Ling Qin is a bit despicable, but in today's matter he's a real man. Admirable. Ling Yihang began to admire Ling Qin. Just as everyone was discussing, Ling Qin suddenly made his move. With an extremely fast speed, he stabbed a dagger into the back of a great elder. Then, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, he unhesitatingly pulled out the dagger and flew to Shilong's side. So what if I become a traitor and an unfilial son? As long as I can become stronger, I'll do whatever it takes. Ling Qin suddenly said with a cold gaze. Then he turned his head to look at Fei Yun and said, Sir Envoy, the Ling family has a total of 3 great elders. I've already injured one of them. Although it won't kill him, it will greatly reduce his battle strength and reduce our losses. Well done. Fei Yun looked at Ling Qin, his eyes filled with admiration. What the Shinobi clan needed was this kind of shameless person. Only this kind of person would be able to carry out their policies. Shameless. Ling Qin, how can you face your ancestors by doing this? You're really shameless. How can the Ling family have such a descendant? You're a disgrace to the Ling family's ancestors. Evil creature. Evil creature. Ling Xiaotian was so angry that his whole body trembled. His originally pale face became even paler. I'll destroy you. After saying this, Ling Xiaotian suddenly rushed over. It didn't look like a luxurious attack, but it instantly arrived in front of Ling Qin. However, at this moment, Shilong blocked in front of Ling Qin, his fists meeting the attack. The two of them exchanged punches and kicks. The terrifying shock directly left a 3 to 4 meter radius crater on the ground. Even the plants in the crater were cut into pieces. Shilong's body trembled slightly. Ling Xiaotian returned without success. Haha, old man, don't be angry. If you want to die, that's your choice. However, the Ling family can't be destroyed because of you. Ling Chen was scared out of his wits. Now that he saw that he was fine, he jumped out and laughed. Don't worry, after you die, I'll make the Ling family flourish. Moreover, it will definitely be stronger than the Ling family now. Ling Xiaotian looked at Ling Qin. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He never thought that his most beloved grandson, the grandson that he spent the most effort to raise, would betray him at this time. This really felt like being betrayed by everyone. Desolate. Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, Ling Yishui, what are your choices? Shilong looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Even Ling Qin knows that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, let alone the 3 of you. One of you is just a branch disciple of the Ling family, while the other 2 are external disciples. It can be said that you have no blood relations with the Ling family. Why would you want to die for them? Even Shilong could see that Ling Xiao's decision would affect Ling Yihang and Ling Yishue's decision. Therefore, asking Ling Xiao was enough. Ling Xiao looked at Shilong indifferently. He didn't understand. How could a person who sold his soul and betrayed his race and country be so righteous? Chapter 118. I can submit to the ninja clan. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smile, looked at Fei Mu and Fei Yin and said, "Unless you kill Shilong and those traitors." "Lord Envoy, you must not believe that brat's nonsense. He is using you." Shilong was truly frightened. He never thought that Ling Xiao would say such words. "Enough." Fei Yin looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Although we are very fond of your talent, we will not kill people who submit to our ninja clan because of it." "Then what's there to talk about?" "There's no need to say any more." Ling Xiao said coldly, "To be honest, I'm very curious. What reason do you have to reject our ninja clan? Is the Ling family really that good to you?" Fei Yin asked curiously. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then said very calmly, "Don't you think that your question is very stupid?" "What do you mean?" Fei Yin frowned. "Firstly, the Ling family didn't do me much favors, but they did give me a new lease on life. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. These words aren't just empty words. Secondly, I am a human, and those who are not of my race must have different intentions. You can understand what your ninja clan is thinking by looking at history. I do not have the habit of being a dog for others. Thirdly, if it was a normal day, I might really leave the Ling family. After all, there's some unfair treatment that makes me very unhappy. However, at this moment of life and death, if I were to betray you, then I would be a truly shameless person. I, Ling Xiao, am a person who does not seek to live a great life, but to have a clear conscience." His voice was very calm, and it was not that passionate. However, in the ears of the many people in the Ling family, it was like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking the heavens. Those who stayed had a reason to stay. As for those who left, many of them lowered their heads in shame. On the Ling family's side, the supreme elder Ling Yin, who had always been prejudiced against Ling Xiao, was actually in tears. In his life, he had misjudged two people. The first was Ling Qin, who he thought highly of, but had betrayed him. One of them was Ling Xiao, who had been ostracized by him, but had stayed behind at the most critical moment of the clan. He had even used a speech that could enlighten even the apathetic to make up the minds of the 500 people who had stayed behind. Ling Xiao, if this old man is still alive after this battle, I will definitely give my life's work to you. I won't go back on my word." Ling Yin said loudly, "Same for us." The other two supreme elders nodded and said, "At the crucial moment, none of the three grand elders betrayed the clan." This made Ling Xiao think more highly of them. His previous complaints were no longer as serious. "The three of us, at least one of us has to survive and take him away," Lin Xiaotian suddenly said. His voice was not loud, and only a few people nearby could hear him. He didn't even need to ask to know who this person was. "Let's leave this matter to Ling Yin. His movement technique is the best." "Forget it, Ling Yin. Remember, when you have the chance, take Ling Xiao away. Although he doesn't have the Ling family's bloodline, he is the future hope of the Ling family." These words sounded contradictory, but they weren't contradictory. A family's inheritance didn't necessarily rely on blood relations. Furthermore, as long as Ling Xiao survived, he could find a woman from the Ling family branch to marry and continue the Ling family's bloodline. "Don't worry." Ling Yin only nodded his head lightly. Although he was injured as a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial vein, a martial master level expert, he wouldn't lose his fighting strength so easily. "What a pity, Ling Xiao. I paved a path for you to live, but you chose to die." Fei Yun sighed and said, "You are a genius, so the ninja clan values you very much. However, you rejected the invitation of the ninja clan, so you will definitely become our enemy. Our ninja clan will definitely not sit and watch you grow, so you must die today." "You want me, Ling Xiao, to die? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yun. Facing the oppression of the 7th level of the martial vein, he didn't flinch at all. "Ling Jiao, Ling 13, it's time for you to perform a meritorious deed. Go kill Ling Xiao." Ling Jiao and Ling 13 looked at each other with a smile. They had long wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but the ninja clan wanted to recruit Ling Xiao, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Now, it was Ling Xiao who was courting death. Kill. Ling Jiao and Ling 13, 2 martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein, suddenly attacked. Their strength and movement techniques were similar, so almost instantly they approached Ling Xiao at the same time. "Ha ha ha! This day next year will be the anniversary of your death, and no one can save you." Ling 13 laughed excitedly, and with a shake of the long sword in his hand, the sword light pierced towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Jiao didn't say anything, he clenched his fists, obviously about to perform the Ling family's top martial arts. Indeed, no one could save Ling Xiao, because the 500 people of the Ling family were surrounded. Suddenly, Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but instead performed the soaring cloud steps and rushed towards Ling Jiao and Ling 13. These two wanted his life, but why wouldn't he want their lives too? Now that they were enemies, why should he be afraid? Meteor swordsmanship. Tyrant Emperor's fist. Ling 13 performed a top-notch entry-level swordsmanship. With the long sword in hand, the sword light flashed like a meteor, extremely fast. His cultivation level was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, and his meteor swordsmanship had also been cultivated to the realm of Desheng. The swift sword light was extremely sharp. Before the sword arrived, it could already make people feel a chill. Ling Jiao performed a top-notch entry-level fist technique, swinging his fists like a tyrant descending to the world, mighty and extraordinary. He was stronger than Ling 13. Not only had he reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, but his fist technique was also close to perfection. His fists, as if cast in steel, turned into 2 dragons, pouncing towards Ling Xiao. The reason why these 2 people did not practice rare or even superior martial arts was because they were not qualified enough. In this world, not everyone was able to cultivate rare and top-notch martial arts. 2 experienced fighters at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein were attacking a junior at the beginning stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. Anyone could see that this was an unfair fight. It might even be a slaughter. Because of this, the people of the Ling family were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the people who had sided with the ninjas felt that Ling Xiao was going to die, and there was no need for them to help. "He's finally going to die, this guy." Ling Chong clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Thinking back, Ling Xiao's first victory came from him. So he really hated him. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would not have been humiliated like that. "That's right, my dad and your dad joined hands. Killing him is just a piece of cake." Ling Feng was not ashamed but proud. Serves him right, he doesn't know what's good for him. Ling Yu was also a little excited. She followed Ling Feng and sided with the ninjas. She did not expect to see such a good show. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, she would feel humiliated and uncomfortable. She wanted Ling Xiao to die. Only death could remove the heart demon. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. Facing Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. So he used soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon from the beginning, and ox demon kung fu, shapeshift at the same time. With his exquisite body movement, he skillfully dodged the joint attack of Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, gaining precious time to counterattack. This scene was extremely thrilling to the onlookers. Chapter 119. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the soul immersion state and was aware of everything. Of course, Ling 13 and Ling Jiu's attacks were very shrewd and dangerous. The two of them had been in the 6th level of the martial vein for a long time. In terms of experience and combat skills, they were more experienced and superior than Ling Xiao, Ling Chan, Li Xinghui, and the others who had just entered the 6th level of the martial vein. However, combat was not all about experience. In the soul immersion state, Ling Xiao had maximized the analytical ability of the martial soul of mountains and rivers. His judgment was extremely accurate. That was why he could use soaring cloud steps, Baby Dragon, to successfully avoid the two's killer moves. Avoiding was not the goal, counterattacking was the key. The 4th level of the Phantom Swordsmanship. Facing Ling 13 and Ling Jiu, Ling Xiao decided to kill one of them first. So the moment he held the ice glazed sword, he performed the Phantom Swordsmanship to the highest level that he could currently reach. At that moment, one Ling Xiao turned into 4 Ling Jiaos. Then, they stabbed at the stronger Ling Jiu with their swords. Whoosh, 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 for consecutive sword lights condensed together, and the terrifying sword light increased by nearly 4 times. Together with the terrifying Snow Lotus Chi formula, it stabbed at Ling Jiu. Ling Jiu had his back facing Ling Xiao, and he had chosen the most foolish way. He actually tried to dodge the 4-in-1 sword light with his body movement. Unfortunately, his body movement was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. Puff! The sword light pierced through Ling Jiu's shield of vigor without any hindrance, and then pierced through his body with an extremely terrifying force. A strange chill instantly spread throughout Ling Jiu's body. Even if he did not die at this moment, his body had quickly stiffened. No. Ling Jiu's face changed drastically, and his face was full of horror. 3 clones! How could you have practiced the Phantom Swordsmanship to the 4th level? At the Tianfeng Grand Meet, Ling Xiao had only performed the 2nd level of the Phantom Swordsmanship from the beginning to the end. He had not even used the 3rd level, so it was reasonable for Ling Jiu to be shocked at this moment. He had never thought that Ling Xiao had actually held back his strength in that situation. This sword strike was basically the end for him. However, Ling Xiao would not give him any chance to live. New grudges and old grudges have been settled today. Reflect on your actions when you go to the underworld. As Ling Xiao spoke, he twisted the long sword in his hand, and a terrifying chi of vigor began to tear Ling Jiu's body apart. Ling Jiu was about to be killed. 13th brother, save me. Ling 13 had no feelings for Ling Jiu, but he would not watch Ling Xiao kill Ling Jiu. Meteor swordplay. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao suddenly chose to attack Ling Jiu, he had already used his body movement technique to chase after him. However, Ling Xiao's movements were just too fast. It was not until Ling Xiao's sword pierced through Ling Jiu's body that he arrived. This sword was fast and ruthless. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill Ling Jiu, he would have to face Ling 13's attack. Junior brother, be careful! Brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodge. The remaining 500 people were all horrified. Ling Xiao had already given them enough surprises. Facing the pincer attack of 2 peak 6th level martial vein martial artists, he actually almost killed one of them. They were extremely impressed with Ling Xiao. But now that Ling Xiao was in danger, they really did not want to see Ling Xiao die on the spot. However, Ling Xiao did not move. The long sword in his hand still emitted a bright light, completely crushing Ling Jiu's heart into pieces. Father, seeing Ling Jiu's eyes lose their light and slowly fall to the ground, the traitor Ling Chong let out a cry of horror and disbelief. 13th uncle, avenge my father! Ling Chong shouted angrily. Don't worry. Although Ling 13 was also shocked, this also strengthened his determination to kill Ling Xiao. It was too dangerous to let such a person continue to live. The sword pierced Ling Xiao's back. A cold smile appeared on Ling 13's face. It was good that Ling Jiao was dead. No one would compete with him for power in the future. At this moment, he felt as if he could already see Ling Zhao's miserable face, and his heart was filled with joy. Ever since Ling Xiao injured his son, Ling Xiao, he had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But within the family, Ling Xiao was still protected, and he could not do it. Now that he finally had the chance, it seemed that God really had eyes. Junior brother. At that moment, Ling Yixue revealed her true feelings. Her entire aura changed, and her long black hair turned completely white in an instant. Her aura was constantly rising. Perhaps when Ling Xiao was alive, she did not dare to express her feelings like this. But the moment she saw Ling Xiao stabbed by Ling 13's sword, all the feelings hidden in her heart completely emerged. She really did not want to lose this junior brother. She did not want to. She would rather die. What's wrong with that woman? At this moment, even Shilong was shocked. Ling Yixue's strength had increased too quickly. It was simply unreasonable. Peak level 5 martial vein. Early stage level 6 martial vein. Middle stage level 6 martial vein. Late stage level 6 martial vein. Peak level 6 martial vein. She was still improving. The Spiritas. Feiyun frowned and glanced at Shilong. No need to wait any longer. Kill that woman quickly. She is a Spiritas, and the Spiritas bloodline in her body has awakened. She has used a secret method to improve her cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it will only stop when she reaches level 7 martial vein. Protect Ling Yixue. With Ling Xiao dead, Ling Xiaotian decisively chose to protect Ling Yixue. The Ling family had to leave a seedling, even if he was not of the Ling family's bloodline, as long as he had the soul of the Ling family, the spirit of the Ling family. What's the hurry? I'm not dead yet. Just as the battle was about to break out, a sudden voice rang out. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Am I seeing things? There are actually 2 Ling Xiao, and they don't look like the shadow clones of the phantom swordsmanship. This is too weird. It was indeed weird. At this moment, Ling 13's sword pierced through the body of one of Ling Zhao's. However, that was just Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar. The martial soul avatar was enough to kill the dying Ling Jiao. So when Ling 13's sword pierced him, his real body was no longer there, but hiding in the mountain river world. There was a prerequisite for Ling Xiao to hide in the mountain river world. One was that he must have a martial soul avatar in the outside world. Once the martial soul avatar was destroyed, he could not continue to stay. But this was enough. Before the martial soul avatar was destroyed, Ling Xiao had already come out. Hiding was just a means. What he needed to do was to kill Ling 13. At this moment, he was standing behind Ling 13. With a gentle thrust of the ice-glazed sword, the sword pierced through Ling 13's throat. He did not use any moves, because Ling 13 was not on guard. In this situation, even a 3-year-old child could kill Ling 13. After all, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein did not have vital essence to protect his body. He could not block the sharpness of a mortal grade sword with just his chi shield. Not to mention, the ice-glazed sword also contained Ling Zhao's terrifying snow lotus chi shield. How could this be? Ling 13's sword fell to the ground, and he slowly fell. The life in his eyes quickly disappeared. Until his death, he did not understand how Ling Xiao appeared and how he was killed. He was not the only one who did not understand. Many people did not understand. Chapter 120. Kid, I'll kill you. Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill Ling 13 and Ling Jiao, Fei Mu panicked. Although Ling 13 and Ling Jiao were just 2 dogs that had just submitted to the ninja clan, one had to look at their master before beating them. Fei Mu could tolerate this, but the hot-tempered Fei Mu couldn't. Among the 4 great families, he was the only one who destroyed the Wang family. This showed how hot-tempered and cruel he was. Fei Mu shouted as his body turned into a ghost. His appearance and figure couldn't be seen clearly as he approached Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. Ling Xiao had just killed Ling 13 and Ling Jiao. He was definitely qualified to be called Tianfeng City's #1 genius to kill 2 experienced peak level 6 martial vein experts. However, Fei Mu was a martial vein level 7 martial vein martial artist. Everyone knew there were a total of 9 martial veins. Every 3 martial veins was a stage for a martial artist. From the first to the third, it was the awakening stage called Wu Shang, where the body condensed true qi. From the 4th to the 6th, it was the cultivation stage called martial disciple, where the body condensed true qi. From the 7th to the 6th, it was the qi explosion stage called martial master, where the body condensed true qi. Ling Xiao could defeat a peak level 6 martial vein martial artist, but against a level 7 martial vein martial artist, he had no chance of winning. He wasn't stupid, so he chose to dodge, using soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon to the extreme. He fled in the opposite direction. Compared to Fei Mu, Ling Xiao was more familiar with the Ling family's terrain. Since he was stuck, he planned to use the Ling family's terrain to deal with this level 7 martial vein martial artist. Was a martial master really unbeatable? How would he know if he didn't try? Ling Xiao would never believe it. After all, victory and defeat were not absolutely related to one's realm. Fei Mu was extremely fast. Even if Ling Xiao used soaring cloud steps, fledgling dragon to the extreme, he was still much slower than his opponent. According to the calculation of the mountain and river martial spirit, he was at least twice as slow. If he wasn't more familiar with the terrain, if he didn't escape earlier, Fei Mu would have caught up to him. So fast, too fast. There was no way to distance. Once a martial artist reached the qi explosion stage and ignited their true essence, their speed would increase to a terrifying level. During the thrilling chase, the flying tree almost touched Ling Xiao a few times. However, Ling Xiao relied on his perfect calculations under soul imprint and was always able to suddenly change directions at the most crucial moment, causing Flying Wood to go crazy. Not only that, at the moment of life and death, Ling Xiao was also going all out. The gang qi in his body was running wildly, and a gust of wind blew in the mountain-river diagram. His speed had actually increased by a few notches above his original limit. Under the immense pressure, his snow lotus art of qi broke through the shackles and reached the 8th level, which was close to perfection. This brat must die. Originally, Flying Wood thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die if he made a move. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. With such a terrifying talent, if he was still alive, he would definitely be a huge threat to the ninja clan. The shinobi clan wants to monopolize the entire human territory, so they can't leave any uncertain factors behind. Ling Xiao die. Thinking of Ling Xiao's terrifying future, Flying Wood felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly increased the intensity of his true essence burning. One had to know that even for martial masters, there was a safety limit when they ignited their true essence. Martial masters of different levels only had a certain limit when they ignited their true essence. If they exceeded this limit, it would cause a huge burden to their body and even cause a backlash. Flying Wood was only an early stage, 7th level martial vein realm martial master, so the limit of his true essence burning was not high. At most, he could burn about 10% of his true essence. However, in order to ensure that he could kill Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to burn 20% of his true essence. His body emitted a strange sound. It was the sound of his body crying out after exceeding the limit. Flying Wood didn't care so much. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if there was a burden or even a backlash, it was worth it. Otherwise, This brat was as slippery as a loach, and he wouldn't be able to deal with him in a short time. If he really let him escape from under his nose, that would be too embarrassing. Under the condition of burning 20% of his true essence, a long staff appeared in Flying Wood's hand. He suddenly swept it towards Ling Xiao with the force of a thunderbolt. The terrifying true essence storm shattered the buildings and plants around Ling Xiao. Even the bluestone slabs on the ground were sent flying and shattered. Soaring dragon fledgling. It seemed that Ling Xiao, who was in midair, had no place to borrow strength and could only endure the terrifying power of this staff. However, just as Ling Xiao's body was about to fall, a golden light shone from his body. His entire body turned into a golden dragon that soared into the sky, instantly rising more than 20 meters. With just this, he completely avoided Flying Wood's attack. After all, Flying Wood originally thought that Ling Xiao would fall to the ground, so the power of his attack was aimed at the ground. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined such a scene. Damn brat! Flying Wood's staff missed, and a wisp of bright red blood seeped out of his mouth. He didn't need to do this, but because he was too anxious to kill Ling Xiao, he ended up with internal injuries. Let's see how long you can hide. Flying Wood was already close to madness. A dignified martial master actually couldn't take down an early-stage, 6th-level martial vein cultivator after half a day. If this were to spread, it would really make people laugh their heads off. As a result, the fierce wind of the staff attack covered the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Ling Xiao. This scene, in the eyes of the bystanders, was all dumbfounded. They were not shocked by Flying Wood's terrifying destructive power, because everyone knew how terrifying a martial master was. They were shocked by Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had no way of retaliating against a martial master's attack, the fact that he had been able to withstand the attacks of a martial master for such a long time without suffering any injuries was enough to make him famous if word got out. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's performance was too eye-catching, so much so that Ling Yixue's transformation was overlooked. No one knew that Ling Yixue's realm was still increasing. In her mind, a sealed door had been torn apart due to her anger. What emerged from behind the seal was a terrifying soul force that did not match her age. It should not belong to her. But at this moment, it had become the key to her advancement. However, this advancement came at the cost of her vitality. Her hair was completely white, which was the most obvious characteristic. Fei Yun did not launch an all-out attack because, in his opinion, exterminating the Ling family was a done deal. What he was considering now was whether he should help Fei Mu kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's potential had already made him feel a huge threat. Flying Wood was still attacking Ling Xiao fiercely. However, the staff shadows filled the sky, and the attack was so terrifying that it almost destroyed the entire space. However, it could not hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too slippery. He was really like a loach. Every time he would be able to dodge the staff shadows at the weakest point. Even if he was swept by the staff shadows, with the strong defense of the 9 transformation golden body technique, he would not be injured at all. The only troublesome thing was that his clothes were too bad. The clothes on his body were torn and tattered again, making him look like a beggar, chasing clouds, chasing shadows. Suddenly, Flying Wood's move changed. The original staff shadows all disappeared, and all the true origin condensed on the wooden staff, condensing into a true origin shockwave. Chapter 121. It seemed that his previous attacks were just probing. The cloud-chasing shadow was the real killing move. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. If it were most 6th-level martial artists, they would have died without a doubt. There was no chance of survival. However, Ling Xiao was still calm. Even at this moment, his eyes were still staring at Fei Mu, making Fei Mu's hair stand on end. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't admiring Fei Mu's battle. He was using the mountain river martial spirits analytical ability to find Fei Mu's weakness. It was impossible for any martial artist to not have a weakness. Especially at the moment of attack, the weakness was especially obvious. The stronger the attack, the bigger the weakness. Suddenly, Ling Xiao made his move. He didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he slowly extended a finger. Terrifying finger! When this move was used, it was as if the entire space had frozen. Although it was only for a moment, Fei Mu's attack was already blocked. Not only that, but at that moment, Fei Mu's eyes were unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. That's right, this was the terrifying finger that Ling Xiao had learned from the blue-clothed woman. Although he hadn't fully grasped the blue-clothed woman's move, the terrifying finger that he had refined from that move had directly dealt a double blow to his body and soul. Human martial artists, after losing their martial spirits, had basically given up on cultivating their souls. Therefore, even if he was a 7th-level martial vein martial master, his soul power was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. Especially when he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's finger attack, his soul was injured and he instantly lost control of his move. The wind-chasing shadow completely lost its aim and flew into the distance, brushing past Ling Xiao's sleeve. Boom! In the distance, the top of a small mountain was directly shattered. The terrifying power was evident. At the same time, a horrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Fei Mu, who should have been pierced in the head by Ling Xiao's terrifying finger, actually didn't die. A tree appeared behind his body. It was a big tree that looked like a cherry tree. The image was very clear and did not seem like an illusion. It was this cherry tree that had blocked Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. What a pity, I only had one chance to kill him, but I didn't expect that his ninja soul would block it. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. The only reason why his terrifying finger was effective was because the other party didn't know about it and wasn't prepared for it. If Fei Mu was prepared, then with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to hurt Fei Mu. That was why he felt that it was a pity. That was the closest he had gotten to killing Flying Wood. Fei Mu, be careful! Just as Flying Wood rejoiced that he had dodged a bullet and was about to take revenge on Ling Xiao, he suddenly heard a scream behind him. He subconsciously turned around to take a look. It was a white figure. Her clothes were as white as snow. His hair was as white as snow. So beautiful. How terrifying. With just a glance, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and his ninja soul let out a cry of pain. What the hell? Ling Xiao originally wanted to see what was going on, but the mountain and river martial spirit suddenly produced a terrifying tearing force, and then the ninja soul in Fei Mu's body was forcefully pulled over by him, and then sucked into the mountain and river world. There doesn't seem to be any discomfort. Not good. Senior sister Yixue is in danger. He raised his head. Although Ling Yixue had shockingly killed Fei Mu, Fei Yun had pounced forward. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill the two of them, you have to pass through this old man first. At the critical moment, Ling Xiaotian made his move. He stopped Fei Yun, causing Fei Yun to be so angry that he could do nothing but stare. Kill. Kill for me. Destroy the Ling family for me. Fei Yun was truly enraged. He gave the order to attack. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying whistling of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. One by one, they covered the sky like locusts. Above the Ling family, thousands of arrows tore through the sky, pouncing towards the remaining 500 people of the Ling family. Like a poisonous snake, the sharp arrows tore through the hearts of the people of the Ling family and also tore through the bodies of the Ling family members. However, at this moment, in the face of such a terrifying rain of arrows, no one in the Ling family retreated. They knew that if they crowded together, they would die. If they fled, they might as well kill to their heart's content. Killing one would be worth it. Killing two would be worth it. What's more, once people were mixed together, this rain of arrows would become meaningless. Kill. Ling Wuhen raised the long sword in his hand and swept across the air, instantly shattering countless arrows. After all, the arrows shot by a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein were not very powerful. It was relatively easy for him, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, to deal with them. Kill, kill, kill. Although there were few people, the earth-shaking shouts of killing were not small. Ling Yihong, Ling Zhan, Ling Shuang, and the other 500 warriors of the Ling family. They did not choose to surrender even at the most dangerous moment. They swore to live and die with the Ling family. Traitors were afraid of death, after all. Those who betrayed the Ling family, at this moment facing the 500 warriors whose eyes were red, actually lost the courage to fight. In the first wave of attacks, those traitors were almost no match for them. Ling Chong was killed. Ling Taizhou was killed. Ling Yu died under a flurry of blades. Ling Feng was lucky enough to escape a calamity, but in the end, he still died under Ling Yihong's long blade. Ling Yin was also killed by Ling Shuang and Ling Zhan. This genius, who was once ranked 2nd in the Ling family's genius hall and was the first to possess sword intent, was even worse than a dog. Dying in battle with the infamy of a traitor was laughable and hateful. However, there were too many enemies. The traitors were afraid, but the warriors of the Shi and Li families were not to be trifled with, especially since there were many experts among them. Once they joined the battle, the 500 warriors of the Ling family also suffered heavy casualties. On the battlefield, Ling Xiaotian and Fei Yun stood together. However, from the corner of his eyes, he could see the good sons and daughters of the Ling family falling to the ground one by one, lying in a pool of blood. Facing this slaughter, his strength was too limited. Although he could be considered the strongest among these people, it was useless. Fei Yun, together with ninja spirit, could still easily hold him back. He was simply unable to save others. The 3 grand elders of the Ling family also faced their respective opponents. Just the martial masters of the Li and Shi families were enough to keep them busy. Even if the strongest, Ling Yin, could fight against 2 martial masters and hold back 2 martial masters, the 3 of them could only hold back 4 martial masters. As for the Li and Shi families, including Li Yunsheng and Shi Long, there were a total of 8 martial masters. The remaining 4, including Li Yunsheng and Shi Long, all rushed towards Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. Even so, there were still too many experts from the Li and Shi families. They all attacked and surrounded the remaining people from the Ling family. It was a one-sided massacre. This scene caused the eyes of the 3 grand elders to almost split open. However, they had no choice. Ling Xiaotian also had no choice. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, being able to hold back 4 martial masters, was already heaven-defying. It was impossible for them to do anything. In a short period of time, the Ling family was covered in blood. Ling Yihong, Ling Zhan, and Ling Shuang were all covered in blood. The few young masters who did not betray the Ling family were also covered in injuries. This battle was destined to be a tragedy. It was impossible for them to win. However, since they chose to stay, there was no reason to retreat. Even if there was only 1 drop of blood left, they had to continue fighting. On the 4th floor of the Ling family's library, Chapter 122, Tianfeng City, Ling Family. Novel. The blood had already gathered into a river of blood. The glaring sunlight shone on the river of blood, causing people to feel dizzy. Of the 500 warriors who had sworn to protect the Ling family, only a little more than 100 were left. Of course, the enemy had paid a heavier price than this. The battle was still going on, and no one knew how long this fierce battle would last. Perhaps it would end when all the Ling family members were dead. Without strength, in this world that was dominated by martial arts, one was simply in a precarious situation. Human life was actually so fragile that it could not even withstand a single blow. It was like a leaf floating in the wind, easily torn into 2 pieces with a casual tear. Who? Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He did not find his grandfather Hong Qi and Ling Luo's figures. Perhaps they were dead, or perhaps they had hidden away. He did not know. But not seeing their corpses did not make him feel completely hopeless. If one observed carefully, they would be able to discover that the family members of those who had pledged their allegiance to Second Master Ling had all disappeared. Second Master Ling really had foresight that did not match his strength. If he was the patriarch of the Ling family, perhaps Ling Xiaotian's tragedy would not have happened. After Ling Xiaotian had rejected Fei Yin's persuasion, Second Master Ling Wuhan had sensed that something was wrong. He used his fastest speed to hide all the people in his courtyard who did not have any fighting strength in the underground secret room. At least for now, those people were still alive and would not die in vain. Fight! Fight until the last drop of blood flowed out. Ling Xiao did not intend to hide anything, because he knew that if he did not use his full strength today, the next one to die would definitely be him. Senior sister Yishua dodge. A loud shout rang out. Ling Xiao made a shocking move. He gave up on escaping and decided to use his body to attract the attacks of the 4 martial masters. He could not watch Ling Yishua be killed. He also could not watch the 4 martial masters free up their hands to deal with the other Ling family members. Of course, he was not sending himself to death. He dared to do this because he still had the confidence to save his life. What can you do? Shilong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, but his attack suddenly stopped. Li Yunsheng and the other 2 martial masters also stopped attacking. These people weren't stupid. They knew that Ling Xiao was a crafty fellow. Flying Wood's death just now really shocked everyone. They didn't want to become the second flying tree. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at Shilong and the others indifferently. There was no hatred or fear in his eyes, only coldness. It was as if he had no emotions at all. He really wanted to see through the bodies of these people and see if their hearts were black. How could they be so cruel and heartless? They were all humans, but they were willing to serve the invaders and kill their own kind. This brat is strange. Even a martial master of Shilong's level felt goosebumps when he saw Ling Xiao's ice-cold eyes. Not only were those eyes cold, but they were also deep, as if they contained a vast and boundless world. It was impossible to tell what the owner of those eyes was thinking. What? The dignified, sure family patriarch is actually so scared when facing me, a mere martial artist in the early 6th level of the martial vein? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3 of you, go and kill that woman. Shilong was furious. He was a dignified martial master in the 7th level of the martial vein. To be looked down upon by a junior who was still wet behind the ears was simply a disgrace. He had already seen Ling Xiao's terrifying finger just now. He believed that it was definitely Ling Xiao's strongest move. As long as he was careful, he would definitely be fine. He snorted coldly with a cold expression. Although Ling Xiao's talent was very strong and even very cunning, what happened to Flying Wood was just an accident. He absolutely didn't believe that the same thing would happen a second time. Powerful true essence gushed out from Shilong's body. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. A martial master was indeed a martial master. He was completely different from martial artists below the 6th level of the martial vein. He didn't have a weapon, and he disdained to use one. With a palm strike, the power was not inferior to a weapon in the slightest. That terrifying true essence actually condensed into a large palm print that seemed to have substance. Then, it ruthlessly slapped down towards Ling Xiao's head. This palm strike wasn't the slightest bit flashy. It only had terrifying power. As the saying goes, 1 can defeat 10. When the power reached a certain level, it was difficult to make up for the lack of skill. Break for me. Ling Xiao didn't move. However, a blooming cherry tree appeared behind him. The cherry blossoms danced in the air, turning into specks of light that looked like shooting stars. Following that, they condensed together, forming a gigantic sword made of cherry blossoms. It directly pierced towards Sherlong's gigantic palm. As for this gigantic sword, it seemed to know where the weakest part of the gigantic palm print was. It actually accurately struck its weak point. Crack! An astonishing crisp sound rang out, and the gigantic palm print actually shattered. Sherlong's gigantic palm trembled from the shock. A layer of skin was actually pierced through the tip of his finger, and a drop of blood fell to the ground. Ninja soul? No, this is a martial spirit, and it's a complete martial spirit. Sherlong was shocked. He clearly remembered that this cherry tree ninja soul belonged to Flying Wood. But how did it become Ling Xiao's martial spirit? Furthermore, this wasn't Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit. This was a complete martial spirit in the true sense. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. On the other side, Feiyun, who was fighting with Ling Xiaotian, was distracted when he saw Ling Xiao use Flying Wood's ninja soul. As a result, Ling Xiaotian seized the opportunity to injure him with a palm strike. If it wasn't for Li Yunsheng rushing over to save him, Feiyun would have died here today. Thief! How did you get Flying Wood's ninja soul? Tell me or I'll kill you. Feiyun was injured and spat out blood. However, it couldn't compare to the anger in his heart that made him feel worse. What a joke! You'll kill me even if I don't tell you. Ling Xiao looked at Feiyun with contempt. Since he had used Flying Wood's ninja soul today, he didn't plan to live anymore. Even if he died in battle, he would drag one or two down with him. Ever since he had advanced to the 6th level of the martial vein, the mountain and river martial spirit had gained a special ability, devouring battle spirit. The so-called battle spirit referred to the martial spirit, ninja soul, and other soul intents that could be used to fight. Ling Xiao's original plan was to steal Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit, but he didn't expect that the first thing he devoured would be Flying Wood's ninja soul. Of course, when he used it, the ninja soul became a martial spirit that could truly fight. The mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to gradually understand the meaning behind this. Sherlong, you and Li Yunsheng work together to deal with Old Man Ling. I'll deal with Ling Xiao. No matter what, Feiyun could not tolerate Flying Wood's ninja soul being taken over by Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and use Ling Xiao's head to pay tribute to the dead Flying Wood. Yes, Lord Envoy. To be honest, Sherlong was not confident in facing Ling Xiao. This brat wasn't strong, but he had too many strange methods. It was simply impossible to guard against. Although he wasn't afraid of being killed by the other party, if he were to embarrass himself and let the other party take advantage of him, then he would lose all of his face as the city lord. Chapter 123. Feiyun took a deep breath and a cloud appeared behind him. It was a dark cloud. It was as if it was made of black steel. It gave people the feeling that it was more like a ball of steel than a cloud, but the shape was undoubtedly a cloud. Nature Ninja Soul. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the dark cloud. He could feel that this Feiyun was stronger than Feimu. Even if he had the Sakura tree martial spirit, he would not be a match for this person. That's right, Nature Ninja Soul. It is also the strongest type of ninja soul. Feiyun said proudly, ninja souls were the same as martial spirits. They were divided into nature, animal, plant, and transcendent. There was no conclusion as to whether nature was the strongest or not. But generally, under the transcendent realm, nature was definitely the strongest. Nature was the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and their mutated attributes. Feiyun's dark cloud ninja soul was a mutated nature ninja soul. Animal and plant were easy to understand. Li Xinghui's broken martial spirit, white tiger remnant soul, was an animal martial spirit. Feimu's Sakura tree ninja soul was a plant ninja soul. As for transcendent, it was more complicated. Generally speaking, transcendent martial spirits, or ninja souls, did not have a special form. This kind of martial spirit was more of a buff to the martial artist's body and then produce special changes. There is no difference in strength between martial spirits. The key is the user. Feimu's Sakura Tree Ninja Soul could have been used better, but he was too stupid. He might as well have let me use it. Ling Xiao looked at Fei Yun indifferently. At this moment, Fei Yun was already very agitated. Coupled with the fact that he was hit by Ling Xiaotian, he was quite injured. Although it was temporarily suppressed, it was impossible for it to not have any effect. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to make Fei Yun continue to be angry and lose his mind. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Die. Fei Yun was in a fit of anger and could not withstand Ling Xiao's provocation. In his anger, the ninja soul behind him suddenly changed. Dense raindrops flew towards Ling Xiao like arrows. Good. Ling Xiao suddenly withdrew his cherry tree martial soul, and a huge body suddenly appeared between Fei Yun and Ling Xiao. If those terrifying raindrops really hit Ling Xiao's body, even 10 Ling Xiaos would die without a doubt. After all, the difference in strength between him and Fei Yun was too great. However, how could Ling Xiao be so stupid? He wouldn't throw his life away for no reason. The body between him and Fei Yun was none other than the corpse of the Herculean ape that he had picked up from the Dragon Submission mountain range. This was the corpse of a peak class 8 demonic beast, especially the corpse of the Herculean divine ape, which was known for its defensive power. Not to mention one Fei Yun. Even 100 Fians wouldn't be able to harm this corpse. By the time Fei Yun realized that he had been fooled, it was already too late. Ling Xiao took the Herculean ape's corpse out of the mountain river world, not just for defense. Today, I'll teach you how to use your martial soul. His voice seemed to have sentenced Fei Yun to death, and a murderous aura suddenly filled the entire Ling family. Almost everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao actually used his cherry tree martial soul to forcefully control the Herculean ape's corpse and punch Fei Yun. That terrifying murderous aura was the aura of a peak class 8 demonic beast. At this moment, the Herculean ape was more like an armor. It didn't have the divine power and divine abilities that a real Herculean ape should have. However, this was enough. Ling Xiao hid in the Herculean ape's body, and the branches of the cherry tree martial soul were like meridians and bones that controlled this huge armor. Just one punch was enough to immobilize Fei Yun. Fei Yun was too close to this terrifying body. Therefore, he was the most affected. In addition, he had already been injured by Ling Xiaotian, and he had just used the dark cloud enduring spirit with all his might, causing his true essence to burn excessively, adding to his injuries. As a martial master, he had once again paid the price of underestimating his opponent. He was even more cowardly than Feimu. Boom! This punch shook the earth and mountains. Fei Yun's body was directly smashed into meat paste. As for the dark cloud enduring spirit, it was also sucked into the Herculean ape's mouth and entered Ling Xiao's mountain river world. This scene in Ling Xiaotian's eyes was simply ecstatic. Ling Xiao's performance today was simply too dazzling. Feimu was killed by Ling Yixue because of him. Fei Yun was simply killed by him with a single punch. This martial artist, who was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein, used all sorts of special props and his astonishing calculation ability to play with the 2 martial masters in the palm of his hand. He had to protect Ling Xiao. He had to. Ling Xiaotian swore that even if all the warriors of the Ling family died in battle, he would not let Ling Xiao die. Because Ling Xiao was alive, the Ling family had hope of revenge. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was also completely exhausted at this moment. After all, he had to use his early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to forcefully control the corpse of a demonic beast that was equivalent to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, even though it was only a single punch. However, it had consumed all of Ling Zhao's earth energy, and even his soul power was almost exhausted. I've tried my best. Whether I live or die, I can only leave it to fate. He laughed bitterly and fainted directly on the Herculean ape's corpse. The Herculean ape had lost the control of the Sakura martial spirit. It was still in the posture of punching the ground, but it was unable to move. Even so, those who came to attack the Ling family, as well as those who betrayed the Ling family, were all frightened. They actually stopped attacking, and their minds were extremely conflicted. Both Fei Yun and Fei Mu had been killed. Did they still want to continue fighting? That Ling Xiao could even kill the 2 emissaries. What else could he not do? Don't panic. Although the 2 emissaries died in battle, as long as we can avenge the emissaries, the ninjas will not find trouble with us. Shi Long was indeed worthy of being the city lord of Tianfeng City. In the face of such a situation, he knew how to bewitch people. You have to understand that since the 2 emissaries died, the ninjas will definitely not let the Ling family go. If we run away like this, we will definitely not be able to escape death. Yes, you have also seen that the Herculean ape seems to be powerful, but it can no longer move. Li Yunsheng also took this opportunity to say loudly, that Ling Xiao killed Fei Yun, so he must have been killed by Fei Yun. When the 2 of them said this, the people who were not determined enough all gritted their teeth. Anyway, they might die anyway, so they might as well listen to the 2 patriarchs. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. What's more, they had heard of the horror and cruelty of the ninjas. If they chose to run away at this time, even if they were lucky enough to survive, once they were caught by the ninjas, they would definitely die miserably. Kill, 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 as if they had suddenly taken some medicine. Those who had stopped fighting went crazy again. Was the last hope of the Ling family gone just like that? No. The thing on the 4th floor of the library finally flew out after accumulating all the energy. That was a sword. A huge sword that was more than 10 feet long. The widest part of the sword was more than 1 foot wide. This sword fell in the center of the battlefield, and the bright sword light scattered in all directions. What followed were continuous screams of agony. Is that the broken sword left by the ancestor? But how could it be? Did the ancestor appear? Chapter 124. When the divine sword appears, corpses are everywhere. The Ling family will rise, and the sky peak will change hands. One day later, there was a saying in the Sky Peak City. It was said that the Shi family joined forces with the Li family to eliminate the Ling family. The Ling family only had 100 people left. Suddenly, a divine sword fell from the sky and killed all the enemy warriors except for Shi Long, Li Yunsheng, and the other martial masters. Shi Long, Li Yunsheng, and the others were shocked. They immediately fled to the Baiyun prefecture to join the ninjas. That was a shocking scene. The divine sword fell from the sky, and the sword light covered the entire Ling family and the surrounding area. On the road, there were martial artists who were explaining to their companions as they walked. Keep bragging, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Another person laughed and scolded. These young warriors came because of the Ling family's reputation. Their strength was between the 3rd and 5th level of the martial vein. They were very impressed when they heard that the Ling family defeated the ninjas and those scum. Therefore, they came to join the Ling family, hoping that the Ling family could recruit more disciples. After this battle, the Ling family suffered heavy losses. However, if they recruited all these people, not only would their strength not be affected, but it would also increase. However, those who were enemies of the Ling family naturally didn't want to see this happen. The 2 of them were walking on the road when a group of bandits, wearing black scarves, suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Needless to say, they were the Black Scarf Bandits who were active around the Sky Peak City. Those who join the Ling family will die, either get lost or die. This was the first thing this group of people said when they came up. We want to join the Ling family. Who can stop us? The two young warriors who admired the Ling family took out their weapons. However, at this moment, countless hidden weapons flew over like leeches. Although the two of them were strong, they were only at the 4th level of the martial vein. How could they block such an attack? They died on the spot. Similar scenes like this occurred successively in the surroundings of Heaven Peak City. The only difference was that some people were killed, some people joined the Black Scarf Bandits, and some people chose to leave. However, at this time, the Ling family members still didn't know about these things. They were really lacking in manpower. Now, they were focusing on cleaning up the mess in the family, so they couldn't care about what was happening outside. Ling Xiao, Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Fei, Ling Wuheng, and the other Ling family members were all allowed to enter the 4th floor of the library to comprehend the incomplete, transcendent martial arts. In the past, only the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder were qualified to enter the 4th floor of the library. Among the younger generation, only Ling Chen and Ling Fifan had entered. But this time, after a discussion between Ling Xiaotian and the 3 Grand Elders, they decided to open all 4 floors of the library, allowing all participating Ling family disciples the opportunity to enter and study. This was because the remaining 100 or so people were truly loyal to the Ling family after going through life and death situations. There was no reason to doubt their loyalty and character. The disciples studied the martial arts on their own and did not disturb each other. The 4th floor of the library was different from what Ling Xiao had imagined. What was stored here were not books, but pieces of stone tablets. Some were broken, some were incomplete, and some were even broken into pieces of stone. There were also some stone tablets that were intact, but the words carved on them were destroyed due to some reason, making it impossible to read them clearly. In everyone's mind, there are different transcendent martial arts. It can be said that transcendent martial arts are a kind of realm and not a fixed move. If any of you can comprehend half a move, not only will your battle strength achieve a great breakthrough, but your realm will also improve. The reason why Ling Xiaotian was able to advance to the 7th level of the martial vein was because he studied these stone tablets. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Not only were these stone tablets incomplete, but they were also obscure and difficult to understand. He could only comprehend a partial meaning, but could not comprehend all of the true meaning. In fact, including Ling Chen and Shi Yulian, the so-called profound, transcendent martial arts that they comprehended was also very laughable, because what they comprehended could not be considered profound, but merely a little bit of the transcendent martial arts. Hearing Ling Xiaoyan's words, Ling Xiao looked at the stone tablets. In a trance, he seemed to see many people practicing various moves in front of the stone tablets. Some were like heavenly lightning descending, able to instantly shatter a mountain. Some were like an earthquake erupting, able to instantly destroy a town. Some were like a raging wind, able to instantly overturn countless creatures. Some were just a person and a sword, able to casually swing it, able to tear the sky apart, causing the sun and moon to change color. Almost every stone tablet was a terrifying transcendent martial art. Unfortunately, not a single stone tablet was complete. Otherwise, it would be such a terrifying thing. If the Ling family had so many complete, transcendent martial arts, not to mention ruling Tianfeng City, even ruling Baiyun province would be as easy as flipping their hand. However, a fragment was still a fragment. Transcendent martial arts were originally very obscure and difficult to understand, and there were very few people who could comprehend them. Now that they were only fragments, the difficulty was simply increased by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Everyone, listen up. This transcendent martial art is extremely terrifying. You must not fall into the illusion for too long. Once it exceeds 2 hours, we will forcefully interrupt your cultivation. Otherwise, you will either go berserk or go crazy. The most unlucky ones might even die on the spot. With regards to Ling Xiao's warning, Ling Xiao did not dare to neglect it. At this point, Ling Xiaotian would definitely not be deliberately mystifying. There must have been people who had cultivated for more than 2 hours in the past who had all sorts of problems. Moreover, there was more than one such person, which was why the Ling family had such a rule. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. It was definitely impossible to completely grasp all the transcendent martial arts fragments here within 2 hours. Therefore, Ling Xiao identified one of the fragments that was more suitable for him to cultivate. Furthermore, it was a relatively complete, transcendent martial art fragment and focused on studying it. Soul imprint. Ling Xiao instantly entered the soul imprint state. At that moment, everything before his eyes changed. On the stone tablet that his gaze locked onto, a human figure appeared. That person was none other than his own shadow. Listening to Ling Xiaotian's words, transcendent martial arts did not have fixed moves, only the core profoundness. As long as one grasped the profoundness, they could create their own moves. This was also the reason why transcendent martial arts were difficult to learn. After all, if one had not entered the martial master realm or even the transcendent realm, one's understanding of martial arts would still be very weak. Wanting to create one's own martial arts was simply a fantasy. However, Ling Xiao's situation was slightly different. His own understanding of martial arts might not be enough, but the mountain river martial spirit's understanding of martial arts was definitely comparable to a transcendent realm martial artist. It might even be stronger. When he fully activated the mountain river martial spirit, the human figure in front of him changed faster and faster. All sorts of different moves were repeatedly executed, as if they were pondering over the profoundness of this transcendent martial art fragment. Finally, these human figures all condensed into one, and then a series of clear movements were formed in Ling Xiao's mind. The first move, flying snow. Ling Xiao comprehended the first sword move from the stone tablet. Although this sword move was not perfect and was only in its embryonic form, it had already condensed the profoundness of the transcendent martial art fragment. As long as it continued to be improved and modified in the future, it would finally reach perfection. Chapter 125. The human figures spread out once again, performing various moves once again. It was as if they were trying to extract the most suitable sword move for Ling Xiao from the stone tablet. After a quarter of an hour, the figure once again merged. The second move, dissolving water. Again, Ling Xiao's forehead was already covered in sweat. Even with his powerful soul power, he still felt that it was extremely strenuous. It seemed that Ling Xiaotian's so-called 2-hour limit was really not nonsense. The silhouette on the stone tablet dispersed once again, and its moves became even more ethereal and mysterious. It seemed that the further one studied the profound, the more difficult it would be. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart. He forgot about the pain and discomfort in his body and tried his best to concentrate on comprehending the profound. The third move, ice condensation. It was another different sword move. Although it came from the same stone tablet, the attack was completely different. It seemed that there was a saying that was true. In the eyes of 1,000 people, there were 1,000 different transcendent martial arts moves. Transcendent martial arts only had a profound core, and the moves were all created by oneself. Therefore, the moves comprehended from the same profound would be completely different. There was even a difference in level. The comprehension of the third move was obviously much more difficult than the second move. This was because if one wanted to delve deeper into the transcendent martial arts' incomplete Book of Profound, they would have to consume more soul power. As for the fourth move, the difficulty would be even higher. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Persevere. Even when the Ling family was on the brink of death, even when facing the attacks of so many martial masters, he still persevered. This little bit of pain was nothing compared to it. He roughly estimated the time. By the time he comprehended the third move, an hour had already passed. He estimated that the fourth move would take a little longer. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. He did not continue comprehending, but instead spent some time to circulate the snow, lotus, qi technique, and soul condensing are to recover his physical strength and soul power. At this time, there were already many disciples who had been carried out to rest due to their mental exhaustion. On the fourth floor of the library, there was only Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Wuheng, and a dozen others left. Looking at this situation, Ling Xiaotian and the three supreme elders could not help but frown. The shorter the time, the lower the possibility of gaining anything. Back then, Ling Qin and Ling Fifin couldn't even last for 2 hours. They didn't know if anyone could last for 2 hours today. After another quarter of an hour, there were only 6 people left. Ling Zhao's physical strength and soul power had also recovered to their peak state. He finally focused his attention on the stone tablet again. Once again, he activated Soul Imprint. The fourth style, Ice Heart. There was still time. It took less time to comprehend the fourth style than the third style. However, Ling Xiao felt relieved after thinking about it. By the time he comprehended the third style, he had already consumed too much of his soul power and physical strength, so his speed was naturally slower. As for the comprehension of the fourth style, he had to start from the peak state, so it was normal for him to spend less time on it. Since that was the case, he would try to comprehend the fifth move. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time and immediately began to comprehend the fifth move. At this time, it was getting closer and closer to the 2-hour time limit. Among the 6 people, Ling Shuang and Ling Zhan reluctantly opened their eyes and chose to leave. Although they also gained some understanding, it was similar to Ling Qin and Ling Fifin's level. It was just a superficial understanding. After a while, a terrifying aura spread out on the 4th floor of the library. Ling Wuheng opened his eyes, and his face revealed an excited expression. He had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein for more than 10 years, and now he actually broke through, promoted to martial master, martial vein, 7th level martial artist. Although he didn't comprehend much from the extraordinary martial arts remnant book, but to be able to advance, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. At this point, there were only 3 people left on the 4th floor of the library, Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, and Ling Yixue. After a while, Ling Yihang stood up with a face of excitement. After spending nearly 2 hours, he finally comprehended a move from the stone tablet. In his opinion, it was only one move, but it was much more terrifying than all the martial arts he had practiced before. He looked at Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao, and he was a little impressed. To be able to persevere, they were all amazing. Ling Yixue's hair was still snow white, and even after the battle, it didn't recover. This actually didn't count for much, but the saddest thing was that after the battle, the Ling family's doctor checked Ling Yixue's body. The result was that people couldn't help but sigh. Because of the excessive consumption of the body's potential, Ling Yixue only had less than 3 years left to live. Not only that, every month she would have a splitting headache because of the terrifying soul pressure in her mind. That kind of pain was worse than death. The price was a little too high, and Ling Yixue probably knew it before, but in order to save Ling Xiao, she didn't hesitate to break the seal in her mind. Of course, the good news was that if Ling Yixue's cultivation advanced to the extraordinary stage, then her lost vitality could be regained. However, this was easier said than done. Another way was to find elixirs that could increase one's lifespan, but that kind of thing was regarded as a treasure by all martial artists. Not only was it expensive, but it was also very difficult to find, and the difficulty was no less than increasing one's cultivation. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he didn't cry, nor did he feel sad. He only said one sentence: "I will be responsible for senior sister Yishue's future." Why did he crazily want to increase his strength? It was because he wanted to leave Tianfeng City and go to a bigger city to find elixirs that could increase his lifespan and reduce Ling Yishue's pain. "You're awake too?" Just as Ling Yihang was about to leave the 4th floor of the library, he saw Ling Yishue slowly open her eyes. She had comprehended more than Ling Yihang, but it was a pity that she only comprehended 3 moves. Ling Yishue smiled faintly, looked at Ling Xiao, and said in a low voice, "Junior brother is indeed a heavenly talent. I hope he can completely comprehend the remnant profound. The stone tablets here should all have 5 levels of profound meaning, so the most he could comprehend should be 5 moves." He followed her gaze and looked over. Ling Xiao's breathing became hurried, and his chest heaved up and down. The sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was sweating like rain. There was still a little bit of time left. The ambergris in the incense burner to estimate the time was about to burn out. When the incense burner burned out, the time would be over. Even if Ling Xiao didn't wake up, he had to be woken up. Can he do it? Ling Yin asked nervously. As the Grand Elder who disliked Ling Xiao very much, Ling Yin now cared about Ling Xiao as much as his grandson, Ling Fifan. After all, one couldn't be heartless. It could be said that if Ling Xiao didn't defeat Fei Mu and Fei Yun with his unimaginable wisdom and ability, it would be too late even if the divine sword descended, because before that the Ling family would be slaughtered. He definitely will, because he's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiaotian was now full of confidence in Ling Xiao. The 5th move, Ice Storm. Finally, all the afterimages condensed together. The 5th move was successfully comprehended. At this moment, a vast ice storm seemed to appear in Ling Xiao's vision. Chapter 126. Wherever the terrifying chill passed, the entire world would turn into ice crystals. Law freeze everything. Destroy everything. What a terrifying ice storm! Is this the true profoundness of the transcendent martial arts? It's simply terrifying. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist's ability could reach such a level. How was this still strengthening the body? This was directly controlling the power of nature. Not to mention shattering stones. Even moving mountains and overturning seas would not be an impossible task. This terrifying scene was only an illusion in Ling Xiao's soul. It did not happen in reality. However, the powerful pressure on his soul was definitely there. If he could not withstand it, then he would most likely lose his life. The impact on the soul was sometimes even more terrifying than the damage to the body. Fortunately, Ling Xiao succeeded. The cold ice storm was gradually being controlled by him and integrated into his martial arts, becoming a part of him. Snow Lotus Sword Technique. So this is the Snow Lotus Sword Technique. I did not expect that the sword technique used together with the Snow Lotus Chi technique was actually a transcendent martial art. After enduring the last difficult moment, Ling Xiao also obtained the general principles of the 5 sword techniques. Although the Snow Lotus Sword Technique was comprehended from the incomplete profoundness, it was definitely not complete, and its power was not comparable to a true transcendent martial art. However, it was still much stronger than a top-grade martial art. He finally opened his eyes and directly laid on the ground. His heart was filled with satisfaction. An hour of hard work was not in vain. He had obtained what he wanted. This was enough. How is it, Ling Xiao? You are the only one who lasted for an hour. How many techniques did you comprehend? Ling Xiaotian excitedly asked. 5. Ling Xiao regretfully said, Unfortunately, my soul power is still too weak. Otherwise, I could have lasted a little longer. And why are you all looking at me like that? After finishing his words, Ling Xiao realized that everyone, including Ling Xiaotian, was staring at him in shock. It was as if he had turned into a monster. Hee, junior brother, you should know that this transcendent martial art's incomplete profoundness can only be comprehended up to 5 techniques. You should have obtained the general principles of this martial art, right? What is it called? Ling Yixue said with a smile. So it's like that. That's more like it. Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. Looks like this result was not bad. The martial art I comprehended is called the Snow Lotus Sword Technique. He replied with a smile. It's actually the Snow Lotus Sword Technique. If you can get the complete Snow Lotus Chi Technique, then the power of this martial art will be even more powerful. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the Ling clan's 5-style prodigy, who had never appeared before, would appear again? Ling Xiaotian looked at Ling Xiaotian laughed. He was indeed too excited Ling. He could not help but be excited. However, although I have comprehended the Snow Lotus Sword Technique, I am still unable to use it in actual combat. The 5 techniques are still in their embryonic form. Ling Xiao said seriously. This is normal. After all, time is too short. Just like a woman with an embryo, as long as you take care of it, it will eventually grow. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, How about this, Ling Xiao, you can cultivate in seclusion here. Almost all the buildings in the Ling family have been destroyed, and only this library is still intact. Right now, the outside is being rebuilt, so there is no place to cultivate. Thank you, Patriarch. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that after the life and death battle, the Ling family had fewer people, but they were more united. Perhaps the Ling family would be even stronger than before. Also, the medicine hall has been destroyed, but there is still a batch of Orochi pills. As the most promising martial artist in the Ling family, you can have 20 pills. Use them and cultivate well. Yes. After giving the Orochi pills to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiaotian and the others left. Only Ling Xiao was left on the 4th floor. He did not waste time. First, he swallowed an Orochi pill, and then began to recover his soul power and physical strength. When he was almost recovered, he began to comprehend the Snow Lotus Sword Technique that he had comprehended from the stone tablet. Although it was only a sword technique comprehended from an incomplete book, it was still much more difficult to cultivate than a top-grade martial art. Just the first style, flying snow. To perfect it to the extent that he could use it, the difficulty was no less than the terrifying finger that he had comprehended from the blue-clothed woman. It was even more difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. When he encountered shackles and could not continue, he did not force himself to continue. Instead, he changed to cultivating other martial arts. The Snow Lotus Sword Technique was indeed a treasure. It was like a top-grade material for creating divine weapons, although it could not be perfected yet. But with this material, it would definitely be useful in the future. He was not in a hurry. After all, his overlapping shadow sword technique, 9 transformation golden body technique, Snow Lotus Chi technique, the cherry tree martial spirit, and the dark cloud martial spirit had not been completely mastered. He stayed on the 4th floor of the library for a full 3 days. Ling Xiao finally cultivated the overlapping shadow sword technique to the 5th level of perfection. Now he could not only create 3 shadow doppelgangers with 1 sword. More importantly, these 3 shadow doppelgangers could also fuse with different martial spirits and launch different attacks. At present, the strength of the 3 shadow doppelgangers had reached about 80% of Ling Xiao's strength. This was a very frightening situation. Ling Xiao even suspected that if he cultivated the overlapping shadow sword technique to the perfection stage, his doppelgangers would have 90% of their battle strength. In that case, it would be equivalent to 4 of him attacking the opponent at the same time. Although it was only a matter of a moment, It was exciting just thinking about it. The 9-transformation golden body technique was completely consolidated at the 7th transformation. For the time being, he could not break through because there was no more golden liquid. Next, he had to get a large amount of gold. It would be best if he could get a gold mine. The Snow Lotus Chi art had been promoted to the 9th level of perfection, which caused Ling Xiao's total amount of earth energy to greatly increase. It also raised his cultivation to the middle of the 6th level of the martial vein. At this time, his total amount of earth energy was equivalent to the middle of the 7th level of the martial vein. Of course, it was only the total amount. In addition, he had already grasped the attack methods of the cherry tree martial spirit and the dark cloud martial spirit. As mentioned before, there was no difference between strong and weak martial spirits, only suitable and unsuitable. However, the same martial spirit, when used by different people, would display completely different power. This was because martial spirits could also be upgraded. Remnant soul, 10% to 100%, complete soul, transparent, incorporeal, corporeal, out of body, can be freely separated from the martial artist's body and cooperate in battle. Wandering soul, the distance from the martial artist's body becomes very far. It can act alone according to the martial artist's orders, such as assassination and so on, lightning tribulation, 9-stage lightning tribulation. Divine soul, rumored to be the most powerful martial spirit, whether it was a martial spirit or a ninja spirit. As long as it was a similar combat soul, it basically had to go through these 6 stages. With every stage, the martial spirit would become much stronger. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to say what stage his mountain river martial spirit was at, but the cherry tree martial spirit and the dark cloud martial spirit should be at the complete soul transparent body. Chapter 127. Ling Xiao, whose strength had increased, did not feel excited. One was the matter of Ling Yixue, and the other was the comprehension of the Snow Lotus sword art. These things could not be done in the small Tianfeng city. Therefore, he planned to leave for the White Cloud capital. There were a large number of ninjas, blue-eyed clans, barbarians, and other foreign clans there. Moreover, there were many experts there. The number of martial masters was probably more than the number of 6th-level martial vein cultivators in Tianfeng City. That was a wider world. Only by going through more cruel tempering could a real treasure sword be forged. He had always believed in one sentence: a treasure sword's edge is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. When he came out of the library, he went directly to the temporarily built Ling family's meeting hall to explain this matter to Ling Xiaotian. Just as he arrived at the door of the meeting hall, he heard an angry roar from inside. "Bastards! These black scarf bandits are simply robbing us." This was Ling Xiaotian's voice. "Patriarch, the black scarf bandits are not a concern. The strongest among them is only at the peak of the 6th-level martial vein, so they did not dare to rashly enter Tianfeng City to cause trouble. However, now that the Shi, Li, and Wang families have been destroyed, our Ling family is also lacking in manpower. This gave the Black Scarf Bandits a chance to be rampant." Grand Elder Ling Yin also said angrily, "How about this? Tomorrow I will go to the Black Scarf Bandits' lair and destroy these bandits." "It's useless." Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly. "These guys are very cunning. Once they know that a martial master is going, they will definitely escape quickly. They are very familiar with the terrain of the mountain. We can't catch them at all." "But, Father, are we going to let these black scarf bandits run amok?" "Those young warriors who came to join the Ling family will be bitterly disappointed." Ling Wuhen said, "Sai, if a martial master expert goes, they will run away. Ordinary 6th-level martial vein cultivators are not their match." What a headache! Ling Xiaotian wanted to send a few more people, but now the Ling family had many things to do. It was very difficult to take care of the Ling family's own land. "Patriarch, how about I make a trip there?" Ling Xiao walked into the meeting hall and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I'm planning to leave Tianfeng City. Before I leave, I'll take it as getting rid of a scourge for the Ling family." Ling Xiao had already thought it through when he was outside. The Black Scarf Bandits had tried to take his life time and time again, now that they were being hunted down by people who wanted to join the Ling clan. If he, as the #1 disciple of the Ling clan, did not step in, then the Ling clan would really become a laughingstock. "You," Ling Xiaotian frowned. "Maybe you really can." He thought about how Ling Xiao had actually fooled the martial master with his early 6th level martial vein cultivation. Although there was a bit of luck involved in the process, he had still managed to do it. There were no martial masters in the Black Scarf Bandits. Ling Xiao alone was enough. "But you just said that you want to leave Tianfeng City." Ling Xiaotian asked. "Yes. For the past 3 days, I've been painstakingly studying the profound meaning of the transcendent martial technique. However, I still haven't made any progress. Plus, their senior sister, Yi Shue's matter, so I want to go to the White Cloud stronghold to take a look." Ling Xiao replied, "You have to understand that the ninjas see you as a thorn in their side. If you go to the White Cloud stronghold, I'm afraid that many people will want your life. Do you really want to go?" "I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward who's afraid of death." Ling Xiao sneered. "If I hide in the Ling clan for the rest of my life and rely on the protection of a sword, then I'll be the stupidest fool." "Good, as expected of Ling Xiao. It's indeed your character." Ling Xiaotian slapped the armrest of the chair and said, "Then go. We'll take good care of your grandfather, Hong Qi, and your brother, Ling Luo. Unless everyone in the Ling clan is killed, they won't suffer any harm." "Thank you." Ling Xiao took a deep breath. When he left Tianfeng City, the people he was most worried about were his grandfather, Hong Qi, and his brother, Ling Luo. Although his grandfather wasn't blood-related, and his brother wasn't blood-related, they were closer than blood-related. "Then I'll go make some preparations first, and then I'll immediately head to the Black Turban's lair." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiaotian suddenly called out to Ling Xiao and continued, "This old man has thought about it. If we still hold on to the concept of the Ling clan, I'm afraid that we won't have much of a future. Therefore, I've discussed with the 3 Supreme Elders and decided to establish the Divine Sword Sect. You'll be the sect master. Patriarch, you should understand my character. I'm not the kind of person who holds power. I'll definitely support the establishment of the Divine Sword Sect, but the position of sect master is more suitable to be given to second master Ling Wuhen." Ling Xiao wasn't just returning the favor, it was also because he really thought that Ling Wuhen was suitable for the position. Ling Wuhen was a martial master, and his personal strength was unquestionable. After all, the strength of a sect master was definitely strong. Moreover, after such a long time of contact, Ling Xiao felt that Ling Wuhen should be a very good sect master. He could carry forward the Divine Sword Sect. "You see, I've already said that he wouldn't be attached to this position." Ling Xiaotian shrugged his shoulders at the 3 Supreme Elders and said, "Then, according to our previous discussion, we'll give Ling Xiao the status of Supreme Elder. How about it? Well, we can't force him. Moreover, it's suitable for Wu Hin to be the sect master." Ling Yin sighed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "You won't refuse the position of Supreme Elder, right? In this position, the only responsibility you have is to rush back to save the sect when it's on the brink of death. The rest of the time, you'll be completely free." "All right, I agree." Ling Xiao didn't want to be the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect because he thought it was troublesome. The position of Supreme Elder wasn't that troublesome, so it was good to be in this position. After that, he bid farewell. As for how the Divine Sword Sect was going to be established and how it was going to be arranged, he didn't care. After all, that wasn't what he was good at. After returning to the temporary residence, Ling Xiao met his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, as well as Ling Yixue, Ling Yihong, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan. It was his last farewell. Who would have thought that a few months ago you were just a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein realm? Now, you've become someone who can cause trouble for martial masters. What a pity. Yeah, Brother Ling Xiao is really amazing. Child, Grandpa won't be able to take care of you when you go to White Cloud Manor. You have to learn how to take care of yourself. Ling Xiao, I might be going to White Cloud Manor soon. When that time comes, you have to take care of me. Everyone was bidding farewell to Ling Xiao. Only Ling Yixue was standing far away. Her gaze was a little confused, as if she was thinking about something. Senior sister, I'm leaving. Are you unhappy? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Be careful. Ling Yixue's smile was a little stiff, but she still said something. Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but suddenly a person ran in from outside. That person was covered in blood and shouted, Quick! Go save them! Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold. With a light step, he broke through the air and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Who was that person? The person covered in blood asked. Ling Xiao. Ling Yihong replied, You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.